I think I'm like moving, huh? There you go. Pop it a little bit up, maybe off that. There you go. Yeah, keep the picture off that box and it should work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. So revenue requirement is the first of these legs of the stool. Think of the revenue requirement as basically the sum of all of the costs that you need to recover from the membership. It's basically the amount of money that you have to yield from the members' rates. And it's not just the costs, it's also a reasonable return on your investment. So you don't have a profit per se. We're not a for-profit entity, but you still should earn a return on the investment in plant. And we'll talk about why. But basically think of the revenue requirement as what you have to pull in.
Oh boy. This happens.
Okay.
In the meantime,
We're going to do a quick high-level math for the any accountants in the room. I guess we could have some online. So those who like formulas, this is another way to look at revenue requirement. The revenue requirement is going to be all of your operation and maintenance expenses, plus your depreciation expense, plus any taxes, less any other revenues. In other words, a credit for revenues for things like pole attachments, and then an addition on the end there for margins, which some people think of margins as profits, but I think of them as the amounts that you collect as a return on the investment in plant, which we'll explain in a slide or two later why that is very important.
I don't know why this thing goes.
There we go.
You may just have to move them as you.
Okay.
If you point, you tell me.
We'll make it work. I'll say when it's not. So the way I look at it, this splits up the utilities across the United States. The Supreme Court actually decided in the 40s, two different cases, that utilities have a right to recover their actual costs, prudently incurred costs, dollar for dollar, and that utilities have a right to earn a reasonable return on their investment. So it's not a crazy amount, it's not unreasonable, but you're allowed to earn a return. And so the way these things break out is that those first four terms, the operations expense and the depreciation and any taxes less any other revenues for pole attachments, that's just recovery of cost. It's dollar for dollar. But the margin is the return on your investment. And that's a lot of the time where utilities, where the volatility in the company's bottom line is year to year, how much margin you make. Driven by, of course, your costs, but they're separate things by law as to how you're allowed to recover them. Yeah, so I'll just say next slide. I'll come back for it if we get a break. So the utility margins, why do we need margins? We're not for profit. We don't need margins. No, that's not true. We do need margins. You have to have the funds to pay off your long-term debt. And a co-op works very hard to manage its debt, its borrowings, so that it can put in place its construction work plan. It can maintain its distribution infrastructure. You've got to have money to be able to do that. To do that, you have to borrow. To do that, you have to be able to pay off the lenders. So you need margins. You can't just collect the costs of salaries and transformers and substations. You have to have a return on top of that to pay off debt, the interest on debt. You also want extra funds, contingency funds, so that when we experience a weather event or a significant storm, we have to do storm damage restoration. And of course, those are unpredictable events. They can be costly events. So both for labor, because you'd be paying crews to help restore the system, and for materials where you're having to buy transformer replacement poles and things of that nature. You also want contingency funds to handle swings in your wholesale power bill, which, you know, the co-op's been experiencing swings, particularly in the tracker, the fuel tracker. And now your co-op's good because you have what I'll call a pure tracker. We'll talk about that, power cost tracker here. And not everyone does it the way you do it. Yours is very formulaically associated with Hoosier's cost. Some co-ops don't. They just set it at $1 and leave it there for 2, 3, 4 years, or they don't have one at all. So the volatility in a wholesale bill can kind of kill the co-op if the wholesale bill goes up and it's hot in the summer or cold in the winter. That's just one other reason that you want to have a little bit of contingency in your margins. And a lot of the time you'll set your margins based on some accounting metric, right? So I know you will report, you probably get reports every month on the financials for the co-op that involve the tier or the O tier, or maybe it's a DSC or a modified DSC. There's a number of metrics. It can be a percentage of, total margin as a percentage. We talk about these on the next slide. just like light touch on these. I don't want to go too deep into the accounting. In spite of doing utility rate work for some 15 plus years now, I'm not an accountant. I kind of do a little bit of everything. So I remember some of the engineering. I know some of the accounting, working with chief executive officers. I know some of the policy making. I was in customer service and economic development at LG and KU for a while. So I know some of that, customer service reps, member service reps here, those activities. So a little bit of everything, and it's all good because it all kind of comes together in this rate making process. These metrics, the tier is just is one a lot of utilities use. It's just your margins plus interest divided by interest. So a lot of utilities use that to figure out what kind of how their financials are doing every month. And in my review of their financial data for last year, relatively healthy, recognizing we have a big change coming with Hoosier's wholesale rate change that we have to assess how that's going to impact financials. Same with O-tier, it's just operating margins plus interest. So we remove sort of the non-operating items. The debt service coverage is tied more to your debt, as is the modified DSC. Those are more rarely used. I don't want to get into them, but I know you get information on tier and or O-tier on a routine basis as a board to assess how financially well the co-op is doing. And a lot of co-ops will use that to determine what their margins should be when they're resetting rates. Next slide. So for establishing a target revenue requirement, first you look at the revenue for the year. And in this case, for the cooperative here, this is last year's numbers, 2021, about $33.5 million of revenue. And when you calculate, I've rolled up some numbers here from the statement of income for year end last year. So if you roll up the O&M and the maintenance, operations, maintenance, sales, customer accounting, all the sort of O&M items, plus the depreciation and tax, your total cost of electric service is about $32 million, which means you have a positive margin, operating margin of 1.3 million. When you roll in the non-operating items, it increases that number to 2.4, almost 2.5 million. So you have a healthy tier, 4.34 at year end last year for tier and 2.81 O-tier. Those are good numbers. You know, co-ops who are in trouble have numbers like 1.2 as an O-tier or 1.9 as a tier. They're much lower. In fact, your lenders place requirements on you for minimum amounts for these things, and they're probably on the order of starting with a 1. Not with a 4 or a 2. I don't know particularly in this instance, but the other co-ops I've seen, CFC and CoBank usually will set a 3-year kind of parameter where if your tier dips below some threshold more than 1 year out of 3, then you're on the hook to answer to them or to put a plan in place to help fix the co-op because they don't want their lending to you to be put at risk. But healthy numbers. Some folks look at the tier when you exclude the G&T's capital credits because they think, well, that's not really related to my operations. It's just what Hoosier, assigns to us each year. So we look at that number in here too, but they're all reasonably healthy numbers. So this doesn't jump out and say, hey, look, this co-op needs a rate increase. You're in desperate straits here. We have to fix something right away. There's no obvious big picture thing broken here based on 2020 results. Prior to making any adjustments for what we know is going to come in the future. And I know you're familiar with these things from your monthly board meetings and reports from the CFO and the detailed financials. Next slide.
So the test year is 2021 then?
Yes, that's right. For the upcoming rate review, the test year will be calendar 2021. We're going to talk about test years shortly, but it will be that calendar year. And then we go ahead and we adjust it to reflect the things that we know are going to be different. If we're not sure, or if it might be different, or we kind of hope it's going to be different, we don't roll those things in. It's really more about having a high degree of certainty of what will be different in the future than what was in the past. And that's either way. It's increased revenues, it's increased expense, it's additional plant, it's all of it. So we capture the rates going forward should reflect what customers should be paying for going forward, not last year or 2 years ago. So we'll adjust it. And that's what this slide talks about. Pro forma adjustments are for, reflecting those kinds of changes. The words that the industry uses are known and measurable changes, which means I can't just say, yeah, I think we're going to get that new plant down the street and that's going to kick us in another $1 million revenue a year. We got like a 1 in 4 shot of getting this new member. No, that doesn't cut it. But if you say have, for like the wholesale power rate, Hoosier has already announced a change. They've sent that information out to the members. We know it's going to happen April 1st, 2023. It's moving from X to Y. Great. And so we can reflect that into our rate design. Or we also know that the state repealed the IURT. So the utility receipts tax is gone. It's actually already gone, but it will certainly be gone. It wasn't gone in 2021 for the test year. It's gone, went away this year, and it's going to be gone in the future. So we have to adjust our financials for that, which means I'll take that expense out of our 2021 expenses for rate purposes. I think for you all, it's something like just under $500,000, $470,000, something like that, some big number. So that's, roughly $500,000 less that the membership has to pay because you're not having to pay it to the state, which is good for the members. There are other ones, you expect to invest in plant, we can add depreciation expense to the test year. We could, if you're going to replace a substation or you're going to have some customers change rate schedules or the sad news occasionally that utilities get that a customer is going to close its doors or something like that. And I don't mean a residential customer, I'm talking a large user who would impact the financials beyond the rounding. If a major guy worked for a G&T cooperative who had 2 aluminum smelters as its biggest customers, 70% of its load and its revenue. And they said, we're out, we're not buying power from you anymore, we're changing our arrangement. I mean, that co-op had to move fast to adjust its rates. And they did. But for you all, it would just be if you had large power customers, maybe some of your industrials who were to make a change or close the doors or go to another place. Or if you were to secure another one, those would be things we would factor in. As well as other things, wages, for instance. If you already know what the wage increase is going to be, a lot of co-ops will have a union shop and they'll have a contract that specifies an increase. That's a known and measurable change. We can reflect that in the increased costs for the test year. So we adjust the test year. Now we talked about the Hoosier rate change being a significant change, and that's a very big deal. So this slide 14 spells out what that change is. And according to Hoosier's announcement, what they're going to do, and I listed it as 2022. It's really prior to April 1st of 23 versus after April 1st, on or after of 2023. I list this for the standard wholesale rate and for the industrial rates, what each of the components are. There's one new component. They're placing a demand charge for member service on both rates, the industrial and the standard rate. It wasn't there before, which is why it's just a zero, but it's $0.62 a kW each month. That's a new thing. And I also added at the bottom, they're changing the excess kVAR charge, which I don't want to get into too much, but the power cost adjustment, the tracker, the PCA, this is something that is not a stated rate in a tariff that doesn't ever change. It changes quarterly. And I put in here, even though this is an annual column, I put in here the number at the end of 2021 and the number that is currently projected for the farthest out quarter in 2023 that they've projected, which I think is the second quarter of 2023. And yeah, the numbers look pretty close, 0.037 to 0.0415, but the sign changes. So this is a huge swing. It's a huge increase is really what it is. It's basically going from negative 0.004 to positive 0.004. And that's going to swing, 212% change. The sign comes up negative. I should change that. It's really it's an increase. But in general, the rest of the rate structure changes. The demand charges are going down and the energy charges are going down. The PCA is going up. And this new charge for member service demand is obviously going up because it's new. So the way this rate will affect the billings for the co-op for 2023, April and beyond, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of the billing detail for 2021 and we're going to reproduce it at these new rates, assuming the same consumption. In real life, you could argue that consumption will change because the rates have changed. So that sends a different price signal and people might behave differently. I drink this tea, it's $2 a bottle. If it went up to $5, I wouldn't drink as much, right? Same idea. I probably would. I wouldn't want to, but same idea. If these changes were really huge, customers could change behavior, but
The carve out for the member service, we were already paying that. It's just being carved out as a separate line item. It's not an adder. I want the board to understand.
I appreciate that very much. So yeah, I understand and agree. This extra, it's a new line item,
Yeah.
but
It's not
the
a-
dollar was baked in. That's why you think, if you look at this, you think, wait a minute. All these demand charges are going down and the energy's going down. What kind of rate change is that? I mean, it would be great as a customer, but as a Hoosier, you think, why would you do that? And the answer is, you're right. They're just putting it on a different line. Plus that, plus the PCA.
Yeah.
And the KVAR charge is going up too for the bigs. That's going to matter for some of the industrial customers. So that's a great point. I appreciate that.
So another thing too, I'm not clear on this, and maybe you guys can clarify this for me. But MISO's going to a 4-season construct on peak. So was that announced before or after we did this rate design?
So MISO still doesn't know, they still haven't announced when.
Oh, that's not a done deal yet.
They're going to go to it at some point. But there was some considerations when they, if you remember, when we were talking about demand and all that, there was some considerations on the fact that we know they're going to go to a 4-year or a 4-season, but it is not necessarily baked in because they still don't know when.
MISO's been talking.
One I was going to ask about is fixed component. So the Merriam fixed cost tariff piece.
Yes, I did not touch on that here. You're right. I do need to talk about that. I didn't talk about that in particular because it's a new, so obviously, as you all know, Hoosier is retiring the Merriam plant and they're going to assign costs out to each of the members for basically what I'm going to, for ease of communication, call the stranded costs. Now, that's not really what it is. There's more to it because of the sale, the transactions that they're trying to do that even now I understand may be, it's a constantly moving target. But in any event, you are going to have to pay for that as all Hoosier members are. And they're assigning an amount to each of the co-ops and they're creating a new charge called the Appendix FC, I think it is.
Yep.
And that's not listed here. I should have listed that. It's a specific, but it's a dollar amount, not a per unit charge. So something to the tune of 1.5 million or maybe less than that, some close to that number. It's moved a few times. It may move again. Per year is going to be charged to the co-op as a line item on the Hoosier bill, split out per month. So in some ways, it's different than these because if your members all stopped a line, if they all reduced their peak demand and got off of what was currently Hoosier's peak or the time period that Hoosier is going to bill their demand charges on, and you had peaks at some other hour, you could lower your bill. And if all your members stopped using energy or became super efficient users of energy, these energy charges, you would lower your bill. But it doesn't matter what you do for that Merriam charge because you're going to get hit with that charge, whether your lights stay off all day or whether you run the air conditioner at 50 degrees all summer long. It won't matter. You're going to get that $1.5 million hit. So yeah, I did not include that here, but we are going to factor that into our pro forma adjustment. And the way we're going to do it is the same way Hoosier does it, which is to take half of that total dollar amount. You might say, how do you assign that out to the various classes? How do you do that to residential versus street lighting versus large power? And our answer is we're going to do it the same way Hoosier decided to split it out among its members. They're going to do half of the cost based on each member's share of total energy and the other half of the cost based on each member's share of peak demand. So and that kind of makes sense if you think about a power plant stranded cost. The power plant was built to serve the members, both their demand and their energy. And so that's how they're not just making it all energy. They're not making it all demand. They're going to split it out both ways. We're going to do the same exact thing they are. So
one other thing on this new rate design, again, this might be a question for you, but didn't we change the hours of peak to match MISO? Will that be implemented in this 23?
Yes. So they're essentially,
Matching MISO's peak.
so the difference is Hoosier today, they call for a load control. And at that load control is when they're going to measure your demands, right? The future is going to be, it's going to be based on whenever MISO peaks. The problem is MISO doesn't announce their peaks until close to the end of the month, right? So we won't be able to do those load controls. Now Hoosier has enough tools and things to be able to predict pretty darn close, but it won't be like today where we send out a load control. We know exactly when they're going to measure this peak. It's going to be after the fact based upon when MISO announces this was the peak. Does that make sense?
But is that a component of this limitation?
Yes. That is taken into consideration when we do this. Yes.
So another way, the way I guess from a rate making standpoint, MISO, I've listed these units for what each of these things get billed against. And for the production demand in the summer months, this kilowatt hours of coincident peak demand historically is based on your demand, and we'll talk about this, that coincides with Hoosier's peak. And they're going to change that for this line to be your demand that coincides with MISO's summer peak. They're not doing that for transmission demand or for the substation demand or for this member services. It's really only, I'm not even sure if it's winter. I think it's just the summer. I'll have to check. But either way, these two are the candidates, summer for sure and winter maybe. It's going to shift from what used to be the Hoosier peak to the MISO peak. Now, it's also important to note that they're not wildly different. They are different, and we've asked MISO to provide us that information, but it's not something that's going to swing your purchase power bill millions of dollars, because you think about MISO's footprint one way or the other, right? We're right in the middle of the heartland. MISO's a big footprint, and there are other areas on the extremities of the MISO footprint where that will make a big difference. But I think for the data they provided us, we haven't completely analyzed it because it took a while for them to get it to us after we asked. But we're going to bake that in here too.
But that's one thing that John had asked for that we had to work with Hoosier on, is that he's using hourly data based upon, in 2021, it was when Hoosier peaked, right? So you can't use that for this cost of service study because it's going to be a different hour. So Hoosier did go back with our data and gave us, this is exactly the hour that MISO did peak, and this is what your demand would have been billed, so that he can perform that into here. And honestly, it's not near as, because it can be anywhere from an hour difference to, I think it's typically like 45 minutes, the difference between Hoosier's peak and MISO. But when you really look at the overall aggregate of our demand, there's not a whole lot of shift within that 45 minutes to an hour.
And really, you might say, well, okay, but that's 2021. So we asked Hoosier, what was the MISO demands? And we have ours because they're on the Hoosier bills. Well, give us the MISO demands instead so we can recalculate the bills at those, like the new rate. We'll calculate them. You might say, yeah, but 2 years from now, we don't know what it's going to be. And I would say, well, that's true for everything up here. So we assume 2021 is a test year for your members, for your own personal residential consumption, and for streetlights, and for large power, and for the strip mall of small businesses. That's just how the rate making works. We're not using some kind of projection. We're using 2021 plus anything we know is different. So it's possible that a year from now, everybody's consumption will be wildly different because, I don't know, maybe we'll have a pandemic or whatever. And that's just an assumption we can't do much about.
So when we talk about MISO and the coincidental peak, are we talking about the entire footprint or the Indiana hub?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is it all MISO or is it zone?
It's not the node, it's the zone.
It's not the hub fix.
It's not the hub.
The nice thing is they actually provide their tariffs in red line, so you can see what that difference is. And it's very helpful to be able to read it off exactly because then you're sure of it. But yeah, that's right. It's a nice little red line change where they talk about MISO's estimated system peak demand. Yeah, the tariff change doesn't, well, it probably is in here, yeah. Yeah, so I don't want to take the top, but I think that's the idea. So it's good because it's the zone that reduces that sort of variance or volatility even further.
All the costs are zone, so.
So this is basically just how the per unit rates are going to change. It doesn't show you the total dollar amounts, but if you set aside the Miram piece, Well, like I said, we're going to recalculate the bill every single month for every single line item on the Hoosier bill for the standard rates and for the industrials. For the industrials, it's by individual substation, which translates for you to be individual industrial customers. So all 5 or 6, I guess 6 are separately calculated, and we'll plug in kind of a before and after on these for every line item you're looking at up there, total it down and figure out the difference. And that's how we'll adjust the test period. So it's a detailed calculation. It's not thumb in the wind or throwing a dart. You can't predict the change in consumption other than this MISO CP issue. But beyond that, we're calculating exactly what would the billing be on the new rates. That's what we do. It's as exact as we can get it in my view. So that's the revenue requirement. We start with 2021. We adjust it for what we know is going to be different as best we can. And we don't try to have a million of those adjustments. We try to minimize it, but we'll have a couple in there. And when the study's completed, obviously we'll have a whole separate worksheet that will show you what each one of them is. The cost of service study is the other leg of the stool that goes along with revenue requirement. Now that we know we have to collect, I don't know, $34 million, just round number. Well, where do we get it? How do we get it? How do we split that out among the membership? And the cost of service study is going to help you do that. Cost of service study is a snapshot in time based on 12 months of actual cost information. And so for us, we're using 2021, adjusted, as we just said, to reflect these known and measurable changes. And then we're going to use those costs to allocate them out, to assign them out, to spread them across the different member classes in the best way we can, as fairly as we can, based on those class members' usage patterns, in a way that will result in a fair allocation of costs. And we'll use that allocation of costs to help set the rates. And this is an industry standard approach. I have a binder. I don't think I ended up bringing it with me. I have a binder that the National Association of Regulated Utility Commissioners put together in the 70s. It's a manual for performing electric cost of service studies. The IURC would depend on it. Other state commissions rely on it. Consultants like me have to adhere to it as much as we can when we do these studies so that it's an industry standard approach. There are exceptions, of course, where there's some parts where it's very much science and other parts where it's got a little bit of art or some discretion, but it's a standard approach. And actually, there are some, just for what it's worth, and Brent knows this is probably why he called me. We have some efficiencies, economies of scale, so to speak, by the fact that I have done this sort of thing for other co-ops who are Hoosier members. So it's an industry standard approach. So I'm not creating a rate model for you from scratch. I'm using the same model that I've used for other cooperatives, and including some in Kentucky that are regulated. So those models have been scrutinized by the state commissions, by other interveners, accountants, regulators. So they're heavily scrutinized already. So we have high confidence in the models for that reason. What the cost of service study is going to show, first off, is how much is each rate class contributing to the bottom line? How much is residential contributing to the bottom line? How much large power? How about street lighting? How about small commercial, large commercial? All the different classes that you have. And when I talk about the classes, I didn't mention this, but the class is basically a grouping of customers or members whose usage patterns are similar. So I have a home, and Steve has a home. They're both homes. We get up in the morning and we turn the lights on, and we go to bed at night, we turn the lights off and the TV and all that. Our patterns, they may vary a little, but we're pretty much similarly situated as users. Very different than a steel mill, very different than a street light, very different than a cigar store, right? So these are all different rate classes because the members grouped in them use energy the same way, or largely the same way, similarly. So that's how we group these classes. It's all averaging. We can't have an individual rate for every member, right? That's impossible and impractical. And we really can't have a huge number of classes because it gets to be unmanageable. So we have a handful of classes where the customers are paying an average rate for what it takes to serve that kind of customer. And then when we do the study, we're going to take each class and we're going to look at the margins and the rate of return on investment for each of those classes, as well as for the whole utility. So we're going to basically say, hey, look, how much money does the class generate in total above its costs? And we're going to say, what is the same set of numbers for the whole system? And we're going to compare them to see which customers are paying more than they should, which customers are paying less than they should, compared to the way we incur costs to serve them. And then we'll be able to use that to adjust rates in the third step, third leg of the stool. So that's the main important, I think the most important thing in the cost study is this margins by total system and by class. And then you can sort of see who's being carried and who's doing the carrying. And I'm not saying we have to eliminate that. We'll talk about that later. I'm just saying you have to recognize the what it is and decide then how much, if anything, you're going to do about it. It also lets you see differences in the rates of return. And basically another word for this is to say you can look at the subsidies between the classes, right? Because they're going to be there. I've never worked, I've done, let's see, I've probably worked for 80 different utilities and, or 50 different utilities, somewhere in there, more than 50, less than 100. I've never seen one that has each class contributing its fair share, ever. It never happens. There's always some amount of, because you're not starting a utility from scratch, right? If you're starting a utility from scratch, well, I guess then you don't know the costs. So you'd be taking a guess either way. But either way, it never happens, right? So you have a history, a historical test year, you have costs, you have rates that have been in effect that were set X years ago, where X is hopefully small. And then their consumption changes and other things happen and the rates don't always change. And there is subsidization. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It just depends on how much it is and in which direction. We'll be able to assess that with the cost of service study. And we'll do it in two ways. One will be between classes. So you'll assess residential versus large power. Is one carrying more than the other? And then you'll also assess it within a class. You'll say, like, let's look at a large power customer. We have an energy charge, a demand charge, and a customer charge, which we're going to talk about. Is the energy charge too high and the demand charge too low? Is it the other way around? Within the billing components, are they set appropriately or not? And that'll matter, and we'll talk about why. And the study will help us to be able to adjust for that too. And then last but not least, it gives you average customer information, including things like how much on average does the utility invest in equipment to serve a customer? Because that should be roughly equivalent to what how much a line extension charge would be, or how much each customer, how much it really costs you to provide service to the average customer in a class. So those things can be useful for some of your other charges. The process has 3 steps. The first is what we call functionalization. I'll talk briefly about each. The second is what we call classification. And the third is allocation to the rate classes. And some of these are very easy. I'm going to have this graphic that I use. I'll jump ahead one here. I'm going to take a graphic. I'm going to start on the left with costs. And then I'm going to start to break them out into those 3 steps of the study. So the first thing we do is we functionalize the costs. That means we say what each cost relates to. What function of the utility business does it relate to? Is it related to purchase power, which is the same as production or generation? Does it relate to transmission? These 2 things, generation and transmission, again, are on purpose, G&T, lumped together because we don't provide them, we buy them from Hoosier Energy. And then the last category for you all would be distribution, which is your station equipment, your primary, your secondary, your meters, everything that goes on in this building. That's all distribution, not production, not transmission. And if you look at the statement of income every year, you'd see this. 74, let's just say 3/4 of this utility's costs relate to the purchase power bill. This won't surprise you. I'm sure you've seen it before, but it's a big number. That leaves 26% of the total bill, the total costs of the cooperative are related to what you do inside this building and in the field with your trucks and your staff. It's not a huge lever. If the financials were strained, Brett and the team would not have a whole big lever to be able to pull to, they're already doing what they can to manage those costs, as you know. I'm sure you talk about them every month. So this 74% number matters. And that's why we have to pay such close attention to the Hoosier bill changing, because it's such a big part of your costs. We have to make sure we get it right. But anyway, that's the functionalization. We look at what the costs relate to in terms of their function. And then we classify the costs. So when we say, well, how do we classify? What does that even mean? It basically means, how do you answer the question, how do the costs vary? So costs can vary by consumption, meaning if you use a lot of energy, your costs go up. If you don't use any, your costs go down. They can vary by demand, which means how big of a facility do I need to serve this customer? How big a transformer? How big a substation? How big a power plant if I had power plants? And then they can vary by customer. Every customer needs a meter. Every customer gets a bill. Every customer needs a service drop. Every customer should contribute towards us having member service representatives. These things, these costs vary with how many customers you have. And so we'll talk about each just quickly. Energy costs. This is the easiest one. It's just purchase power energy. Think of this as if you have a car analogy. The vehicle analogy, it worked well for these three costs because every vehicle has costs that are sort of like energy, sort of like demand, and sort of like customer. I'll give you my example first. So my wife and I have 4 children. When I first came out of college or bought my first car, don't judge, right?
I know where this
I
is.
told you already, I went to Notre Dame, so you figured it out, connect the dots. What happens here with energy? I have a car, I buy gas. I drive the car a lot, I spend a lot on gas. That's my consumption. Now, theoretically, my car might use gas more effectively than someone else, just like a power plant might use fuel differently than some other power plants. But my gas money, when I got the van, because we have 4 kids, we had to get a van, it's not that different than when I had a smaller car. It's not going to be that different later on when I get a truck, whatever. It just depends on how much I drive. That's it, how much I use. And with respect to the customer charge, every year I got to go down to the county, the vehicle place, and I have to pay my $100 or whatever for my license plate renewal and my registration. And they don't, outside of motorcycles and huge trucks, they don't care if I have a sedan or a van or a pickup truck. I still have to pay the $100 for the license plate just to be on the road. And that's the way customer charges are. How much do you have to pay just to be a customer? That works kind of the same way. The thing that varies quite a bit is the demand charge. And I think of the demand charge as strictly related to size. So when it was just me driving around in a sedan or a coupe or whatnot, that I didn't have to spend a huge amount. But once we decided we have 4 kids plus mom and me, we got to go up to see my family on the East Coast. Even if it's only 1 week a year, I got to have a car big enough to fit all 6 of us plus the stuff, which when they were little was enormous. So roof rack, the whole bit. So the size mattered. And that's why I had to pay the bank a ton of money for a van, because that 1 week a year, I needed to carry all this stuff. That's my peak demand. Vacation, summer vacation with too many kids and a bunch of stuff. And so most of the time, I'm driving 1 or 2 people around in the van to soccer practice, or my wife's driving someone to pick up the Cub Scouts or whatever. That's not quality usage of my van, but that's not why I bought it. I bought it for my peak demand. And so it's really going to be the same way when we talk about, it's not a perfect analogy, mind you, but it's pretty close. For energy cost, it's all about fuel, coal, gas, diesel fuel, whatever. The more the customers use, the more we have to burn, some environmental consumables, but the more they use, the more you burn, full stop. That's an energy charge. And that's built into the Hoosier Energy bill according to that same thing. If one customer uses twice as much as the other, they'll pay twice as much for energy. $2 on one bill, $4 on the other. That's very straightforward. Customer charge, kind of also similar. It's designed to pay for meters, meter reading, the service drop, billing. I put the stamp on here because back before you had electronic payments, every customer got a bill. I don't care how much you use. I don't care how big you are. It was the cost of a stamp to mail you that bill plus the paper and one envelope. And so, or 2. And so it doesn't matter how much you use. It's size invariant. Now there is a small portion down here that's a customer charge that we think of as what is the actual cost just for you to be able to be served. And so that's a kind of a small size invariant, the smallest system necessary for you to be able to be served, regardless. If you use 0, but you still wanted to be connected, we will assign some customer costs for that too. But for the most part, think of it as metering and billing, unrelated to your usage. So the steel mill and the hunting cabins are the same. And then last but not least, we get to demand. This is the tricky part. This is me paying for the van versus another car. For demand, I'll take a sidestep out and mention that there's a gentleman named James Bonbright who wrote this textbook, Principles of Utility Rates, in I think the 20s or 40s. It's pretty old, 40s. But This book is like the classic rate making textbook. And I expect before your next board meeting, you'll all want to go home and read it. No, you won't. I don't even want to read it. I just read this part because I think it's interesting. And it's funny. I marked in red all the funny stuff. Of all the many problems of rate making that are bedeviled by unresolved disputes, deserving the first rank for frustration, it is the apportionment of costs, of demand costs. And it is almost sure to conflict with economists' convictions. So that's pretty inflammatory language for a textbook, right? He's basically saying, hey, look, this demand stuff's complicated. Basically what it means. And a lot of people, if you have a regulated utility, they're going to fight you over this. And he's right. And this is an illustration that I try to use to show why that is. So if you think of demand as the most you use, the size of equipment that you need. You know, my family on the first day of summer vacation driving up to the beach, we need the van. Here you have 2 members, and this is their usage from 0 to 100. And so they both use 100 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on this day. And let's suppose this is the peak day, highest usage day of the year. Whether it's MISO or Hoosier, don't care. Let's just say it's the peak. The member in blue is a high load factor user, which means they use an awful lot of energy every hour. And then they peak here at 4 o'clock at 100, and then they still use over 80 every hour. So their peak is 100 and they're using close to 100 all the time. The other customer that's a lower load factor, that member doesn't do that. They start out very low and then they kind of, it's a little spikier, if that's a word, which I just used it. So it is a word. Their load factor is lower because even though they have the same peak, they don't require as much energy over the time of day. But if you're building a substation, you don't care about the area under the curve. You just care about the 100. If both members here used 100 and they were the only members, you would need a substation that was 200, had a capacity of 200 kW, and transmission lines that had a capacity of 200 kW, and a power plant that could generate 200 kW. Doesn't matter what you need at 2 in the morning or at 10 o'clock at night. You don't care for this. You care for energy, but you don't care on demand. So how would you do the demand costs? If these are your only 2 members and you spend $1 million on a power plant to generate 200 kW, how do you allocate that cost? Does each member get half because they both hit 100 at 1,400 hours? Should they get half, or should the guy with gold get a little less because even though he used that amount, he didn't use as much in the other hours? That's what's the problem. The member in blue would say, of course, it should be half. And the member in gold says, no way should it be half. And they're probably going to use arguments that involve energy because really the area under the curve is energy. The amount of gold color versus the amount of blue color is how much energy you used. It doesn't affect the size of the transformer or the power plant. If you go strict sizing, those 2 are equal. They both need a van. I don't care how often mom drives it with 1 kid in the car or how often dad's hauling all 6 of them or mom's hauling all 6 of them around. It doesn't matter. You need the van. Pay the bank for the van. Bam. That's what's happening here. But in real life, it doesn't quite work that way. And this is why it's complicated. And this is why when Hoosier changes its bills, its charge, its demand and energy, you have to look at the utility's overall load factor to see if the utility is going to make money or lose money, because the energy represents the area under the curve and the demand represents that peak line right here. And if they're both changing at different rates, then customers with different load factors are going to be impacted differently. So that's a lot of complexity there. All I really want to demonstrate is different members might still require you to build a substation of a certain size, regardless of their usage. But these members don't use power the same way. And their energy charge, even if on a per unit basis, their energy charge can be the same. Just like your gas can be dollars per gallon can be the same, whether you drive a lot or you drive a little. But the fixed cost, how do you break that out? It's complicated. So when we talk about the demand, we throw 2 different kinds of demand terms around. We talk about coincident peak demand and we talk about non-coincident peak demand. The coincident peak demand is really related to any individual member's demand at the time of the system peak. And then that coincides with the system peak. That's what's coincident, my demand at the time of the system peak. And the non-coincident demand means basically just my usage at the highest it is whenever it happens. So words is harder, a picture makes it easier. If you look at, again, we have this kind of demand curve, the overall system. It could be Hoosier's demand, it could be our demand, however you want to look at it. Let's just say this is the cooperative's demand. So this is your total system, and this is an individual member. So the individual member has a coincident peak demand is their usage at whatever time your total system peak occurs. But their maximum demand happens, it doesn't coincide with the system's peak, but it's still their highest demand. That's right here. So they're different things. They differ by this amount. And you might say, well, who cares? Just pick one. What's the difference? And the difference is when you buy power from Hoosier, they are going to bill you. Hoosier is going to bill your co-op based on this period of time. Let's just say your peak coincides with them. They're going to bill you at whatever the purchase. You have to purchase this much. All the members don't hit their peaks at the same time. Some other member might peak early in the day and some might peak late in the night. There's that load diversity, which can lower your Hoosier bill. But they're going to bill you all based on the demand at the peak. And so you could say, and you would say, that every member's share of the Hoosier demand charge is whatever their usage was at the time of day that Hoosier billed you for demand, which would be here. But when you go build a substation for an area of the footprint, or let's just say if it's a large customer, you're going to build it right outside their facility. That's not going to be driven by this. It won't be big enough. You need it big enough to handle this, the NCP. And so your sizing for your local facilities are driven by the NCP, which is really why I like to call the coincident peak is the power supply demand, how much the power plants have to do at one time because your loads don't peak at once. But the non-coincident peak demand is going to be more of a delivery issue related to how big the facilities have to be to serve individual customers in the neighborhood or at the premise of the large power customer. Now, I don't want to go too much, it's easy to get bogged down with some of these things. And later on, I'll probably just talk about demand or demand charges. And it can switch around based on, earlier we saw a few of these had different, some are CP and some are NCP. When you go back and you look at the Hoosier rates, Hoosier's substation demand charge and radial line is an NCP because they think of that as more related to the local site, whereas these other ones relate to your share of their total peak amount of power plants. But really from here out, I'm not going to have to mess with that kind of language. I just want to throw it out there so you understand there's differences, and a load factor differences there's going to be between, say, a data center and a county fair. Or if you were looking at people's homes, this would be my house because the lights are on all the time in my house and the kids are up early and they stay up late. And so this is mine. And then this is a hunting cabin or a vacation home or something like that or my aunt's house where she leaves the lights off all day long and doesn't watch TV except the news. Those are the differences. And so we'll see why that matters when we talk about rate design.
I want to move that box over, but I'm afraid if I do.
No, I'm scared to have it start over. I got you. It's fine. If I can keep my, as long as it works, it works.
All right.
If it stops, we'll talk about it. So then the next step is a classification. And this is how, so we take those costs that we said were related to production or transmission or distribution, and we divide them up by how they vary. So for the Hoosier power bill, it splits out what's related to energy and what's related to demand. So I can split those costs out. And for transmission, it's basically just demand. But theoretically, there is a little bit of transmission energy because of losses, but they're very small. And since they're on the Hoosier power bill, we don't worry about it. And then the distribution costs are either going to be demand related, like substation sizes, or they'll be customer related, like stamps for a bill. Okay. There's no energy charge related to distribution. So if you all build substations or service drops or transformers, how much power someone uses doesn't matter. Their maximum, their peak would, that's a demand. But if they actually never use any power after you hook them up, It doesn't change any of your costs. You're going to have a cost to send them a bill, that's customer. You're going to have a cost to build a substation or a service drop, that's demand. That's it. The only energy part of your whole bill relates to purchase power that's coming from Hoosier. You buy power from Hoosier, period. Okay, I guess I should qualify. You all have some rooftop solar, some customers, maybe you have some of that. Okay, I'm setting that aside because I'm assuming it's small, relatively small. Certainly not enough to move your rates. It would be lost in the rounding. But otherwise, all your purchase power comes from Hoosier, so that's the energy. Customers don't use anything. All it does is lower your Hoosier bill. And it's really the same thing on the customer side. You don't have any customer-related costs that are related to purchase power. Hoosier doesn't care if you have 2 members or 1,000 members, how much it costs you to bill your members. They don't care. It doesn't show up on their bill. So that's why we separate these things out. And then last but not least, we do an allocation of those functionalized and classified costs to each of the rate classes. And we keep these same buckets and we use percentages. So you could think about, I know you're scared of it too, just a tiny little bit, yeah. So for, let's say residential is how much of the total energy, residential energy. If it's half, then I'm going to assign half of the total energy costs from the purchase power bill to residential. And how many customers are there? If residential was 3/4 of your customer count, then I'm going to assign 3/4 of the customer related costs to residential. Because remember, they vary by number of customers. And then when it comes to demand is where it gets trickier. But how much of the total demand is related to residential? Just going to functionalize, if that's a word, the amount of demand that each of these classes takes up. Now it's tricky because I don't measure this for everybody. I don't measure demand for residential. Theoretically, historically, I should say, utilities measured energy, they had electromechanical meters, we measure energy. You could record the maximum energy for larger customers, but for residential, you just took total energy. You never worried about tracking the demand data. Now we have AMI, the advanced metering infrastructure, and that data is available. But a lot of cooperatives' rate structure doesn't really reflect that yet. You still bill residential just on their energy usage. You stick these demand costs in there, and we'll talk about that in a couple slides. But some of this data isn't necessarily available for all classes, including, for instance, streetlights. They're not even metered, right? So we have to do some sort of math, some estimation to come up with how much of the energy, how much of the demand, how much of the customer relates to streetlights. And that's what comes from this standard process that I follow, which is why I say we're not just making it up on the back of a napkin. We're following the process that regulators have approved for many, many years in many jurisdictions. So that's how we're going to do this. We're just going to, we're just going to apportion it. You can go ahead to the next slide, or maybe 2. When we get into the rates. So for our next step, we're going to talk about rate design. That's the third leg of the stool here. Basically, we've already said we know how much money we have to collect. And now from our cost study, we know how much each of the rate classes what their cost responsibility is for all of our costs. And now we're going to do rate design, which is a way for us to determine what we should charge each customer so that we can collect that money we talked about in a way that's consistent with the costs that we looked at.
I don't know what I'm doing.
That's okay. We'll just, if it works, it works. We're halfway home. So this Bond Bright, he specified a few of these principles, and if you think about it, it makes sense. It's the kind of things you want your whole life. Simplicity, public acceptability. The rates shouldn't be something that all of the members hate. They shouldn't be controversial. They should generate the revenue that you need. That's number 3, revenue sufficiency. They should be stable. You don't want the members' rates swinging around every month. You know, phones will be ringing off the hook and the people hate you, and then you'll all get voted out. You'll get fired. And you won't hire me, you fire me, you hire some other guy. And all that is not good because it's not stable. So you want stability of revenue and you want the rates themselves to be relatively stable. So the members have predictable billings. You want fairness, in apportioning the total costs. Doesn't have to be exactly right. You could argue that any cost of service study will have some margin of either error or some margin of interpretation based on how we estimated some of the demands where they're not measured, or your estimates for streetlights since they're not metered, things of that nature. or how we adjusted the test period. Maybe the Hoosier bills aren't going to be, that calculation I make isn't actually how it turns out. Some of that's unavoidable, but you still want to do your best to apply fairness. And then you also want to avoid what they call undue rate discrimination, which always kind of makes me laugh because, rate discrimination is fine. It's just the undue rate discrimination that's a problem. I don't know what that means, but I think when they say undue rate discrimination, that means, let's say, well, you have 6 large power customers and you put them all on the Hoosier industrial rate, but you don't take one of them and say, tell you what, we're going to give you 50% off just because you're big. You have a large demand and you pay on time every month. So we're going to cut your bill in half. And then the other guy comes in and says, hey, I'm as big as they are. And I always pay on time. I even pay faster than he does. And we say, well, not you. Just half off for him, not for you. That's completely unfair. And that's discrimination. That's undue rate discrimination. A little bit, you might argue, a little discrimination is tolerable to the extent that that fairness issue is a gray area. So you might say, we're discriminating against streetlights because the charges, they're not right. We don't know how much the streetlights use. And I would say, that's correct. We don't meter the streetlights. So we use engineering data to estimate it. And the fact that we don't know what streetlights use makes you unable to prove that we're discriminating against them, right? Because you don't really know. You just do your best to estimate fairly for things like that. But I can also tell you, I think it's like 1% of your total revenues. So if anyone did come to you with pitchforks saying that the streetlights are unfair, we could talk about that because it's such a small portion of your revenue we could deal with. The point is, you don't want to discriminate. You have to follow your tariffs. You can't say that one residential customer gets a certain rate and another one doesn't. That's why we have these tariffs, what I call tariffs, these rates, these rate classes, so that everyone grouped together can pay the same thing and you don't have to have this discretion. Discretion in utility rate making is bad. You shouldn't have discretion where the manager of rates says we'll pay him. He doesn't have to pay a late charge, but she does. That's terrible. You can't do that. Everyone's got to be treated fairly. That's the discrimination piece. And then the encouragement of efficiency. And this matters because you want your rates to reflect the costs. And that means like the energy charge should reflect the actual cost of energy. If it does, then you don't care how much the membership uses. Now, if you have some of your fixed costs, demand related or customer related, built into that energy charge, and everybody starts conserving energy and becoming super efficient, you're in trouble. And alternatively, if someone decides, you know what, I just won the lottery, I got all this money, I'm going to cool the whole house all summer, I'm going to put it nice, chilly 58 degrees, open the windows, it's going to be great. And they use a ton of energy. You're going to have tremendous margins if you have fixed costs built into your energy charge and they use more. Both of those are bad. You don't want either of those. You want to be indifferent to how much energy the membership uses. If they use a lot, they should pay for the lot, and your margins should be as you expect. If they use very little, their bills should be very little, and your margins should be as you expect. So you have to sort of design your rates in a way that encourages that efficiency. You don't want to send too strong an energy-related price signal or too weak. You want to get it right. Tie it to your own energy bill. Nothing worse than having your members use less energy, pay you less for energy, and your Hoosier bill for energy doesn't change. That's a big problem. You want your wholesale rate and your retail rates to be coupled on the demand side and on the energy side. And then, of course, you want your customer charge to cover those costs that you share that don't relate to Hoosier for actually connecting these customers. So we'll talk about how that happens and why that's important. That ties back to these points where the customers should pay the cost that they impose on the system. No more and no less. It's not going to happen, right? We don't have ideal rates. There will be some customers who pay a little more and some customers who pay a little less than they should. That's going to happen. And even within the class, you'll have some who pay more of a demand charge and less of an energy charge, or the other way around. It is going to happen, but your plan should be to move slowly away from that and more towards what we call cost-based rates. That is, the rates that come out of the cost of service study, which reflect the true way the co-op incurs costs to serve them. It should be a proper price signal and it should align with wholesale and retail. I see this sometimes too. When the wholesale provides, so when Hoosier they have on and off peak energy charge and they have seasonal variations. But if they didn't, then you shouldn't either. Because if you say, oh, we're going to set up our time of use rates totally different than Hoosiers, because I want my members to have a great incentive to use power at midnight, but not at 4 in the afternoon. Well, if they start doing that and your wholesale bill doesn't change, then you're just going to lose money. All that risk is on you for any divergence. And you don't want that. I mean, obviously, you just want to have stable margins for the parts that, and run your distribution business well. But the Hoosier bill is out of your control. So you really want to keep alignment on the structure of how your customers pay for energy and demand related to purchase power. When Hoosier changes theirs, you got to look at yours, which is why I'm glad you brought me in, because that's a big deal to assess those changes. And an important principle for rate making is the principle of gradualism. The point here is you are going to have some subsidization within rate classes and between rate classes. And the goal should be to move slowly towards cost-based rates. Take a small step, not a giant leap, right? Because if you have a giant leap and you restructure, you take your member services charge and you move it from $37 down to $21, because that's what the cost study says, and you double the energy charge because that's what the cost study says, well, then all those bad things that I mentioned before are going to happen. And it's just too much. You can't have it. That's just like in the country right now with the gas prices and everyone's, too much at one time. Volatility is bad. So you want to avoid what they call rate shock. And obviously that would be very difficult for the customers and members who are most in need. And it's just a bad thing. So you want to take small steps. And we call that the principle of gradualism, gradually adjusting your rates towards cost-based rates. The bill has two parts. There are fixed costs and there are variable costs. And so what we want to try to do is group them together so that the items that of your cost as a co-op that vary with usage are built down here in this variable cost. Energy charges, that's Hoosier's fuel bill, Hoosier's PCA. They should be reflected in your energy costs. So if your membership uses more, it's connected, it's correlated, it's in sync with the wholesale bill. And for the fixed costs, not so much. You want to have them grouped together too. Anything that's related to demand should all still be on that fixed part of your bill. You don't want some of your customer or substation costs built into an energy charge. Because like I said, when those customers stop using energy, you stop recovering and making or earning a return on your plan, or you stop recovering the cost of sending out bills. So you really want to sync those up. Here's how we do it. We talk about rate unbundling. Basically, I'm taking that purchase power charge from Hoosier and I'm building it into, this is just like that picture we saw before, building it into an energy charge for each rate class. And I'm going to jump down to distribution customer. That dollars per month, you're going to build that into rate classes bill by class. And then the demands, we're going to have some way of combining them into one or more demand charges in your retail rates. So that customer charge, that facilities charge, it's got a lot of names. Frankly, customer charge is the worst of the names because it's to pay to be a customer. It's just a bad name. But, Rose by any other name, it smells as sweet, right? So facilities charge dollars per month. In fact, for you all, I think $37 per month for the basic rate, the residential rate. This is something that doesn't change, and it's basically the cost of them being served by you, regardless of how much they use. All the equipment necessary to connect to the grid and get a bill, including some of the things we have here in the building, assuming a certain number of members will call every month, and we have to have people answer that call. The energy charge, we talked about that, it's easy. It's just usage, charge per kilowatt hour. It can be flat, meaning it's the same every hour all year, or it can be time differentiated. So it's different in certain hours of the day or in certain months of the year. And we'll see how that changes in on the Hoosier bill. Their bill to you does both of those, and same for demand, but your retail rates don't all do that necessarily. So we'll talk about that. And then the demand charge is a charge per kW, and it could be CP or NCP depending, but that's the size related charge. So when I talk about the rate design, I keep going back to my old chart because we took those costs and we split them out by how they, what they relate to, and we split them out by how they vary And that's the end of the cost study. But the rate design has one more piece, and that is the margin. So we said before, you have to recover all these costs. Plus, you have to layer on a little bit of margin so you can have that contingency for paying off debt or storm restoration or whatever else. And you might ask yourself, well, where do you put the margin? Now, you all are an electric co-op. You're not a gas company, right? You know what I mean? You have, a lot of utilities have both. And what you always see with the gas business every winter is people screaming when it gets cold and the gas bill goes up. They say, oh, you're making money on me, freezing to death. And the utilities almost always, that is not true, because gas companies don't build the margin into the gas per MCF charge. They put their profits on those other charges on the bill. So they're not making more money when you use more gas to heat your house in the winter if you're a gas user. But you hear about it every year in those territories where they have a gas company. Electric is really the same thing. You really don't want your margin tied on to energy, because that means if you do, then what signal does that send to the membership? If you're putting all the margin, or even a lot of the margin on energy, then you're telling the members, hey, use more. Use a ton of power, leave your lights on all day like you do in my house, and crank the air conditioner in the summer and the heat in the winter if you have electric heat. Watch a lot of TVs, get all those things plugged in, crank it up, let's go. That's how we make money, and we need to do that to cover our debt. That's just a bad thing. And the flip side is, if you have some margin on the energy and they all start conserving and they put in the energy efficient windows and they start wearing sweaters in the winter if they have electric heat, or they otherwise just start to use more energy efficient appliances and their consumption goes down, then so do your margins. And then you think, wait a minute, that's not what the margins are for. The margins are for me to be able to cover contingencies and pay off debt. So I don't want any margin if I could avoid it. I wouldn't want any margin on energy. That would make the co-op completely indifferent to how much energy people use. If people use a ton, they pay a ton. If they use none, they pay none. I don't need to make money on how much people use. I should be completely indifferent to how much customers use. And this, having zero margin on energy, would do it. Now, I'm not saying you're going to do that. I'm not saying that that's even, we can look at that. In the study, we will look at that. But you want the margin on those items that are stable. In a perfect world, I'd put all the margin on the customer charge, because I'm going to get my margin, period, if customers pay the bills. Let's start with that premise that customers actually pay the bill. There's always some who can't for whatever reason. We accommodate that. But this is $1 per month. I want margins to be consistent and stable. I don't want it to swing around. And so this would minimize that swinging around. In real life, you have some margin on all of these things. And the more you can put on these first customer and second demand, the more likely your margins are to be stable. And the more indifferent you'll be to how much customers use. So you won't be penalized as a co-op when customers conserve, which is a good thing, but then you're not being able to pay your debt. That's a bad thing. Or alternatively, if it's terribly hot summer and a freezing cold winter and everybody's paying all this extra money for their energy bills and you have huge margins, you don't want that either. So you want it to be, have the customers pay no more, no less than what they really need based on their usage. That's the benefit here. If you have fixed costs built in to those energy charges, you're going to really have a potential for under recovery when the consumption levels decline. And same thing, flip it the other way. When it's screaming hot or super cold or people don't conserve, you're going to be charging people a ton of money that you don't need to. And you have huge margins, you end up giving it back to them. So you really want that to be matched up and put the margins in the right spot. The other trick on the benefit of moving, I'm going to call it cost-based rates, when you align your rate structure to what it actually costs to serve each class. When you do that, you're going to reduce that volatility, because again, what you're charging customers is linked to what it actually costs you. And it's going to reduce the customer's bills volatility. It's also going to come into play when you talk about other sources of supply. So today, if a customer comes in and says, you know what, I'm going to put the solar panels on the roof. They're going to be huge because I got a huge roof. And so I'm going to not really even need much energy from you anymore except at night. And that's going to save me a ton of money. And you might say, ooh, we have an awful lot of, first off, our rate design isn't so good. Our energy chart, which of these costs, going back to the chart, which of these costs are affected by someone's rooftop solar panels? It's not the customer charge because they're still connected to the grid for the rainy day and the nighttime, and they still get a bill and a service drop and a meteor. You build a substation big enough to serve them on the rainy day, on the cloudy day at midnight. The Hoosier bill transmission isn't going to really change because they're not building less transmission because one member in your territory has a rooftop solar. They're not selling power plants and dumping power plants because one member has rooftop solar. It's all energy. The rooftop solar provides kilowatt hours to the house. And so that reduces the amount of energy you buy from Hoosier in that hour, in the sunny hour, not midnight, but at 4 in the afternoon, you buy less energy from Hoosier. That's it. Now, these advocates will argue, no, over time, all these things change. And that's true. When the penetration of solar gets bigger, then you will need smaller substations and less transmission and fewer power plants. But when it's 0.05% of your total usage, it's only affecting energy. So when you look at the co-op's rates, if a customer has rooftop solar, they should be paid for that energy. The avoided cost that you have with Hoosier, which is just the Hoosier energy bill. It's not your whole retail rate to the residential customers. It's going to be based on all of these things. Energy, demand, and that customer charge will be separate, but this will all be lumped together. Well, they shouldn't get credit for all this stuff because they're not lowering your bill for any of those purple ones. It's just the green. So when you move to cost-based rates, you know what those amounts are. You know what the energy cost plus margin, if you have some margin, related to Hoosier's purchase power bill is. And you could pay a rooftop solar member for his kilowatt hours or her kilowatt hours, that amount, instead of just your full retail rate. Because as it is, if you do that, you're giving them money back for the substations and for the primary and for transformers and things that they're not reducing your costs. It's really just kilowatt hours from Hoosier that is going down when you have self-supply. So that's the advantage of this cost-based rate, is moving to cost-based rates is you can say what those are and you make the co-op more competitive. The same would be true of propane or some other fuel source if they have that at the house, or for the larger customers, if they're going to put a small turbine in on site to reduce energy. If your rates are cost-based, then it's apples to apples for them to compare. I'm putting in a jet turbine on site versus I'm buying power from you. You want those to be on the same basis, kind of apples to apples. Cost-based rates will let you do that. It also sometimes benefits the low income or the fixed income customers, because if you know what the real energy charge is, cost for energy, then and you make your rates move towards that, then this is good. A lot of the time, the customers who are low income or fixed income, those most in need in the community, their bill on average is higher than the average residential customer. Most of the cost studies I do, co-ops have, on average, if you look at the customers who receive assistance from the government for heating, LIHEAP customers, their average consumption is higher than that of those who don't receive that assistance. And I haven't studied it hard, but what I understand that to be is driven by the housing stock, the quality of the windows in the home, and things of that nature, which is, of course, technically it's understandable, unfortunate, but understandable. And so you would think that, hey, let's lower the customer charge. Take that $37 and make it $20 because that'll help these customers. And the reality is, if they use 1,200 kilowatt hours a month and every other residential uses 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, that higher energy charge is hurting those customers more. And you want to do the opposite. You want to lower that energy charge in addition to helping them, winterize their homes and whatnot. So the point is, when you go to cost-based rates, this issue of not caring about how much customers use, that matters to the people in your community, because every single study I've ever done, those most in need are using more on average than those who don't in that same class. And so that means they're paying more if your energy charge is too high. So that's another factor. And then the same thing, like I talked about, the incentives for being efficient. If my energy charge is super low, I have no incentive to be efficient. Why should I save energy? It's not going to change my bill. My utility, it just has a flat energy rate every hour of the day. And so my son comes home from college and says, oh, Dad, we got to run the dishwasher at midnight and don't do the laundry until midnight. It'll lower the bill, the energy. It'll help you on energy. I said, no, it won't. It should. It'll lower the stress on the grid, but it's not changing my bill. He says, of course it is. I said, no, it isn't. because my utility just charges me 10 cents a kilowatt hour every hour. It doesn't matter what hour it is. So there's no way I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. Half the time I'm up at midnight anyway, but I'm not having any financial incentive for my utility bill to do it. And that's my job here to help you all design rates so that you send those right price signals. So that's what we're going to be looking to do. Does that make sense? I know I've droned on and on about the energy charge and this and that, but at the end, we're not going to get there. We're not going to have your rates today will not match what the cost study says they should be. And I would bet an awful lot of that I see, anybody in the room, that we're not going to have that at the end of this work either. When we change rates, you're not going to adopt fully cost-based rates because of that gradualism thing we talked about. I wouldn't recommend it, and you're not going to want to do it. You're going to want to potentially, depending on what the final results show, which I didn't say that, but the study is still underway. It's not done. So I can't present final results tonight. This is just a discussion about how the process works. But you're going to want to start to move towards those cost-based rates so that each of the members in each of the classes are paying their fair share. No more, no less. You got to move to it slowly. And that's what we'll probably end up recommending. So I'm going to talk very quickly about what we call the two-part rate and the three-part rate. The two-part rate is typical for residential and small commercial general service type rate classes. It basically means your bill has an energy charge in dollars per kilowatt hour and a customer charge in dollars per month. And to get that, the customer charge is easy. It's just dollars per month out of the cost study, and that's what we charge them. But for the rest, we take the energy and the demand, and we stuff it all together in terms of dollars and divide it by the number of kilowatt hours from that class. So like I said earlier, let's just say it's 10 cents a kilowatt hour for residential. That really includes not just the purchase power energy, but also the demand related costs on the Hoosier bill for that particular class. It's forcing all of the different classified, functionalized costs, allocated costs into two charges, two parts. And theoretically, that's not a perfect price signal, right? Because we said that demand doesn't change necessarily. This means that on our earlier chart with the blue and the gold, they're both going to pay the same 10 cents a kilowatt hour, even though maybe they shouldn't. But that's what the two-part rate is. It's simple. It's a long-standing thing. It ties back to when we didn't have meters that could measure demand. If all you can measure is kilowatt hours and how many customers you have, you need a two-part rate. But for more sophisticated customers, you have a three-part rate where we'll keep that same customer charge because that comes right out of the study directly. And here I can limit the energy charge in dollars per kilowatt hour to only that energy component, that energy portion of the Hoosier purchase power bill. And then I can take all the different demand components, so the ones from the Hoosier bill, as well as the one from our own distribution analysis related to the sizing of your own substations, and make those demand charges into $1 per kW charge. Now, you could also create a four-part rate if you wanted to say, well, this kind of demand is going to be CP demand, and this kind of demand is going to be NCP demand, but more complicated, tougher, rarely done. Mostly you would see a three-part rate where they take the demand charge and they just use the NCP, and then you'll have three parts on your bill. And then with the load control, Brett mentioned earlier, that's going to affect, this demand charge because it's going to adjust the usage at the peak hour compared to what MISO says, or when you can be, your load control will lower that demand. It's not going to lower customer charge. I guess technically it will lower your total dollars of energy, but not the per unit charge, but it will lower the amount of demand that you get that this charge applies to. So the three-part rate is common. It's always been around for the more sophisticated, larger customers because they're willing to pay up for the meters. Now you have AMI, so it's kind of could be in place for everybody. Customers maybe aren't used to it if they're residential. They're not used to having a demand charge. They may not understand it. There are complexities to that, but you are seeing more and more three-part rates applied in the industry versus 10 years ago when it was really only applied to large power customers. Now you're seeing more and more of it because of AMI. I'm not saying we should jump to that. I'm just saying that you do see more. It's a trend. So 20 years from now, we're going to see an awful lot more three-part rates than we have today for customers who historically haven't had them. It's just a question of penetration. And this will help with the solar and the rooftop solar and the self-supply customers too, because you can credit them different amounts for energy and for demand instead of just giving them 6 cents a kilowatt hour or 10 cents a kilowatt hour or whatever else. It can be tied to how much they reduce your peak and who's your bills you for. And it can be tied to how many kilowatt hours you buy. So, or how much they produce. So it can be more refined. Kind of using the Crayola 64 pack or the mechanical pencil instead of the Crayola 4-pack and the 4-inch brush, right? Just more particular, more specific thing. I got through college working the summers for professional painters, so that's why I use the painting analogy. Yeah. So that's the 2-part rate versus the 3-part rate. And then I think this is my last slide. Really, in general, what you see with rate design is a spectrum, right? So you see that the most simplistic kinds of rate designs are a flat energy rate. Hey, 10 cents kilowatt hour, doesn't matter when you use it, don't care, just 10 cents, full stop. And the other end of the spectrum is when you have real-time pricing. It's kind of like the way MISO charges wholesale users. They have a new price that's calculated every 5 minutes, a locational marginal price that varies based on where you are on the grid and what's happening on the grid. And it's updated using monstrous computers to tell, reading all data in from all over the grid to see how much it actually costs to produce power at this particular node on the grid at a particular time. And between those two things is where almost all utilities are. And so maybe some will have some time use rates. They'll split it up on off-peak and off-peak, on and off-peak, or they'll have different tiers of usage. And some will have demand rates that are time differentiated or seasonally differentiated. And they're using their AMI data for somewhere in this realm here in the middle to bill different members for usage at different times. That time differentiation is this. Technology for sending price signals. So if you want to, like some of that load control devices, but some of these other kinds of emerging technologies, smart technologies where your meter in your house can turn off your car charger if you have an electric vehicle at some signal from the utility or some price signal that they're getting back from the utility, just utility energy management system communicating with the meter or actually just with the electric vehicle to stop charging or to set the charging to happen at a different time or to draw power out of the battery of the vehicle. These kinds of things are at this end of the spectrum. Most electric cooperatives that I deal with are not at this end of the spectrum. They're more here. They have some time of use rates. They have some 3-part rates. Might have a couple of special, maybe some pilot programs to roll out new programs for load control with tiers of critical price signals. Or if the price gets to be this, if at certain hours of the year, I can make the price 10 times as high for up to 10 hours a year, some kind of things like that. They coordinate with the G&T. They might have some AMI and they're starting to use it. That's where most co-ops are. That's where I think you are right now with your technology and with the penetration of rooftop solar, electric vehicle, folks who are clamoring for these kinds of advanced technologies in the community. It's not, super extreme. It's not zero, somewhere in the middle. And over time, you just have to monitor that to make sure that your member satisfaction remains high. How much of that you adopt will be based on the technology you have with respect to metering and with the appetite of the membership and the board, obviously, as to how much more they want to be able to do on managing their bills, controlling the rates. As long as your rates remain relatively low and the member satisfaction stays high, then you won't necessarily have to be on the bleeding edge of any of these new kinds of rate options. You don't want dramatic change. You want to make sure the members understand what you're doing, but that's the general spectrum.
So the difference between the 3-part and the 4-part is just the splitting out CP and NCP then on the demand.
Right. That would be the 4-part and the 3-part.
So co-ops that you've worked with have implemented primarily a 3-part and not a 4, then is what you're saying.
Correct.
And those that have done the 3, is it an option? I'm talking about residential.
Yeah. So any residential, any co-ops who are moving to, just go back a few till you see that one. Maybe one more forward. Okay. Yeah, there you go. So the customers who move to a residential 3-part, the co-op rather, number one, they always roll it out as a pilot, meaning an optional test program. And we're going to say, let's create a pilot program, which is a sort of an experiment. We'll allow 100 members or 50 members or 25 members to get on it. Sometimes they start with the management team and the board of directors. Another co-op I work with in Indiana did that. They started a pilot 2-3 years ago and said, well, I'm just going to put 20 people on there, my board plus my managers and me, of course. And everyone who works directly for me. So if they don't like it, anyway, they all liked it. It went fine, but they had to learn. Oh, how do I adjust my behavior now? When is the peak? What does that mean? What do I do to get off the peak? You can't just create a bill or a rate structure, throw the members to the wolves to figure it out. They're not going to know what demand even means. They might just think it means I'm going to ask for something really loudly. What you have to do is give them information. You put a bill insert that says, you know what you can do is if you run your dishwasher at night, or don't run your washer and your stove, don't bake a turkey and do laundry at the same time. That will triple your demand, which will cause your bill to go up by $35. That kind of hard example. And it doesn't have to be rocket science, although rocket science is cool. I think if you can give them simple instructions, utilities have had successful pilots, give them simple instructions that are understandable.
So maybe that's the reason to not differentiate the CP and NCP. Then just
Yeah,
it's a little more advanced, but keep it simple.
walk before you run. So you start with a simple demand where it just mixes all of it and usually at NCP. And then later, if you wanted to, you can say, now we're actually going to create, and you wouldn't necessarily do it for residential, but maybe for your large commercial, you might say, I'm now going to do a 4-part rate where my Hoosier demand is the CP and my distribution demand is NCP. Well, I guess you could throw that Hoosier substation demand piece in there too if it was separately metered. But yes, it's small steps and you bring the membership along so they understand it.
So of those co-ops that have implemented some sort of pilot, have a lot of them gone on then, or
So
the two new?
I'll tell you that most of my clients are in the Midwest. I have a few in Colorado, some of the more progressive states, 1 or 2 on the East Coast. In the Midwest, I will tell you that most of my co-ops clients, their pilot programs don't indicate a strong desire to expand that offering to the customers at large. Most customers' bills didn't change that much. There are always a handful of customers who say, I want to control my bill, by golly, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to lower our bill. And that is a great option for them. Sometimes they take the pilot and they just leave it out there forever. And they may not market it as hard or as actively, but the members on it, either they like it and stay on it or they just get off. So the ones on it at the end are going to like it. And you may or may not need to expand it. It doesn't hurt you to have those members on it as long as you can bill them. The billing system can handle it. It's all fine. But there have been across the Midwest, my experience in Kentucky and Indiana and Illinois, very little pressure to further that, expand that, be on the bleeding edge, roll it out there. I do have one co-op who's done it in Colorado, but I'll also tell you that Colorado is a far more progressive state. They have a larger interest in that thing among their population at large, my experience. And so the customers, the members of those co-ops have pushed for it more than the co-op itself. So that's what I'm seeing out there. And again, I looked at the utility management team and the member services folks. If your membership is really asking about this, or if you're hearing about it a lot, then a pilot program is certainly a good first step where you can manage it. If you signed up a couple thousand people and then you realize, oh my gosh, we have to manually bill these folks, or I don't have the data, or I have to write some new program for the data for the billing, that might not be something you want to do right away. If you pilot it, then you can limit the participation till you know what you're doing, get your arms around it, and then you could expand it. It's sort of a small steps.
There was something similar to that a long time ago here with the beat to peak, and there was a lot of
Right.
It was a
process.
Very similar.
It was bills, and then it kind of was in a way. We used to have seasonal rates. Yeah, but I'm not.
The AMI can assist that too. So, back in the day, technology, the metering, the electromechanical meters were a very severely limiting factor. That may or may not be true now. Now you have AMI and you have systems that can manage that data. Sometimes they're complicated. You don't always have staff who can, staff. You don't always have resources, either it's built-in reports or vendors or staff who can readily manipulate that data and change billing around. There are still barriers to it, but it's just a matter of time. I think eventually you'll have that in place. You've got it, certainly have it in place for your large customers right now, and you don't think about it. So for residential, just because there are so many of them, I recommend deliberation and caution in rolling out those kinds of rates so you don't choke on it, so you don't bite off more than you can chew, and that customer satisfaction can remain high. The member sat can stay high when you start to put these things out. And you can get it wrong. We're not going to have data. Well, we'll have some data. You may set that demand charge at the cost-based rate and find that it's too high or it's too low. And might I say it's too high? Yes, it sticks to the cost, but if the customer doesn't respond to it, then maybe you have to start it somewhere else. And usually as like these other pilots, we put that demand charge very low, $2 a kW, $1.50, something small, so that most of the charge is still in the energy. And if they see a little bit of savings from their adjustment in usage, well, then they start doing more. And then you can say, okay, now we'll adjust it some more. And they get more savings and it lines up better and your margins start to levelize and it all works. But small steps is the way to go. So that's the big picture. If I could take away anything, I think I might have. Great. I do have actually one last slide. And this is the overall goal, right? So what we want to do is to set rates to achieve your co-op's mission, which is to provide reliable, affordable, and friendly service to the members and to the community. And you'll do that if your rates allow you to achieve the financial goals, the targets, and maintain your member satisfaction goal. And when you do those things, if you're also able to manage the risks that the co-op will face going forward, meaning fuel price volatility, right now, rates are swinging all over. A lot of co-op managers, a lot of co-ops in general are having a very difficult time across the country with fuel charges being so volatile. I had a co-op in Delaware call me and say, can you help us? We don't have a tracker. It's going crazy. And I co-op in Colorado, well, we got these 3-part rates and it seems like so far it's not changing. So, it's not so bad. And a co-op in Virginia and a co-op in Las Vegas. Oh, the Vegas guy has no tracker, or he does a tracker quarterly, but it's not updated frequently. It rarely changes. Another one just manually sets their tracker. Fuel prices are making things swing all over the place. That's a risk we're facing today. 3 years from now, it could be a totally different risk. 2 years ago, we had COVID risk, or pandemic risk, I should say. I don't mean the illness, although that was also a risk. But from a rate standpoint, consumption can drop because the schools aren't there, or the companies aren't open, or retail. Let's just say retail was killing us. So all that retail load, to the extent you have that drop. All risks. You want that rate design to be able to allow you to hit your financial targets, so you make your metrics, you have the margins you need, your lenders are happy, and you can still have the capital credits, you're not over collecting. You want to keep your members happy, so the member sat is fine and you're hitting the 7 cooperative principles, the membership likes you and you're doing right by them, both in fiduciary duties and in just caring for the community, all those factors. And then you have to be able to, that's good for now, but that's a snapshot in time. You have to be able to also do that going forward. And as much as you can, setting up your rates to move towards the cost base and adjusting them to prepare for future things is the goal. That last lever might be the hardest one, but because you don't know what's going to happen. They're all hard when you think too far out in time, which is also why you should do this kind of review every couple of years, even if you don't change the rates. It's just like looking at the map on a long drive. Check it every now and again and make sure you're not off course, right? You don't have to, you don't have to turn, get on a different road. Just make sure you're still on the right road. You should do the same thing here. Every 3 years is what I use around 3 to 5 at the most. So because your rate class consumption patterns are going to change. An industrial might use a lot more. The wholesale bill might change. Residential growth might occur. You get some new industry. Economic development happens and you get a whole bunch of new large power or even large commercial. They slip in there and it shifts the weights of causation for each of your classes. Things change. So you should update that pretty frequently, 3 to 5. But at the very least, think of those things now when you design rates, and you're going to if you do make adjustments, be mindful of those 3 things. And that's as much as I think you can do for a sound rate design. So that's a lot. I guess maybe I could have thrown a break in there. I mean, to talk nonstop and crush you with a lot of that detail. I always leave this up at the end just because it's useful for questions, but I'm happy to take any questions on specific things, on the high level concepts. As I said, the study's not done. So if you're going to ask me about the results in some way of this rate or that class or street lighting or whatnot. I'm not going to be able to tell you, but I can tell you the approach and talk about what I see in other utilities, kind of common things that happen that we see. But any questions? Open to the floor.
So are you good without a break, or would you like to take a quick 5 minutes? Because
It's your call, sir. Whatever you think.
how about you guys? Want to continue?
Good.
Okay,
Maybe that depends on the questions, right? If there's a lot versus not.
well, that's correct.
I want to dissuade questions just because you want me out of here so you can take 5, but that's up
We
to
don't
you.
want to sway with any questions. Jeff, you sent an email to me yesterday, and I asked you to somewhat be prepared to help discuss.
I sure am. Can I share with John the Hoosier rate bill comparison?
Yeah, yeah.
I have a difference of opinion, with several other people on the board.
Okay.
And I've sent some information, one for Matt, one for, share that with Chris.
We can share.
The discrepancy, where I want to start, because I wasn't sure if I could share this. or
I
not.
understand. Yeah.
Hoosier put out a bill comparison, 2018, and the discrepancy is in commercial. There's the average of all 18 REMCs. Here's what we're charging, what would be charged to Decatur County based on our rates, and they define down here. Have you ever seen this before?
I've seen things like it, but just so I'm clear, this is large commercial, average monthly bill for
It's,
the year?
it defines down here what the parameters are. The small commercial is actually single phase.
Understood.
So that's where that differs.
Okay.
I struggled with why we were so much less than the average.
Okay.
And then in
And
2019,
these are the other co-ops. Who's your members?
yes,
Got it.
and there's a list on the back that came out with this that tell you who they are. Understood. But again, this is
And we're
confidential.
recorded, so we're not going to talk names.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
I'll
So
be
when
careful of that.
our new rate study came out, this was the only rate that went down. And I personally couldn't understand why one would go down, one wouldn't, when we were already below average of the Hoosier.
Okay.
So for another comparison, I can pull this off of the internet work. This is, anybody can see this.
Public data.
You've seen this before?
I don't know. I'll have to look at it.
But anyhow, this information, I believe, is pulled from the Form 7s that the REMCs get. You can go in, sort it by state, and then sort it by co-ops.
CIA data for
Yeah,
details.
and then I
Okay.
put Duke at the very bottom for comparison.
Sure.
My question and concern in this, working through this cost of service study, if you can help answer this, because the previous consultant couldn't, why the discrepancy?
Okay. So here's what I can say about this. First off, your cost of service study will not necessarily couple in any way to any other Hoosier members.
Correct. I completely get that. But when you see everybody else up here, how can we be almost the lowest in the state? That's, and I don't expect you to answer it tonight, but that's where I want to get so I feel comfortable with these rates. I have my theories, and that's where we have disagreements. But when we come through this cost of service study, I want to understand so I can look every member in the face and say, these are fair and equitable rates.
Understand.
So that's where I want to get. So
Okay.
that's for yours to
That's
review.
extremely helpful for me to know that you're interested in that, first off, number one. So thanks for that. I guess a couple high-level comments if I can, before I even study.
Here, yeah, but here's the addition. This is what the questions I had, and
Okay.
here's the past rates. Just throw that on your stack.
Okay. And are these related to that same issue or are they separate?
No, same issue. Well, yes,
And they might be different angles of the same
but
issue.
same issue.
So I guess my broad comments, and you may know this already, and I don't know how much the board's talked about at large these things, and I'll keep it high level. So yes, it won't, other co-ops, I don't know. I will say that what will potentially drive your metrics relative to other co-ops, meaning ranking you against other co-ops for a particular class in total cost, number, how you might compare to other co-ops on any kind of benchmark. vary based on, for a class, on how many of those customers you have in your class versus others. So this co-op has, I can say this is not confidential. You have a higher ratio of total customers that is industrial than a lot of other co-ops. A lot of other co-ops around you have a higher percentage of residential. They don't have the industrial load that you do. That's a factor. If you're comparing large commercial to other co-ops, rankings of large commercial, do they have 2 large commercial? Do they have a 10,000 large commercial? How many there are and how their usage patterns compare can differ pretty widely. And then last but not least is the overall averaging that occurs in all of the EIA data. So you will see the impact of averaging on any of those rankings. And that will come down, especially if it's total bill, like sort of what I call the all-in. So they take the demand and the energy and the customer and they mix it all together and divide by either demand or divide by kilowatt hour. That difference in load factors that we saw before, if all your industrials have a great load factor and somebody else's industrials have a terrible load factor, or vice versa, that will shift that ranking quite a bit. So, and also that depends on the actual rates, not necessarily just the cost-based rates. So I will be mindful of those. I'll review all that and try to be mindful of it to bring that back to the board when we have the results. But I can say that in general, there are a lot of factors relating to other co-ops in a benchmarking process that don't have meaning for your rate making. I don't want to say don't have meaning because obviously
That's the part
one of the factors
that I currently don't.
I got you. And I will try my best to convey, to hit the mark on that. It is important. I didn't mention this in the study, in the slides, but it is true that I guess I did talk about other factors, strategic factors on one of my first slides. And member satisfaction was one I talked about. But in some ways, a brother, a sibling to member satisfaction is benchmarking against your neighbors. And most co-ops want to have better rates than their neighbors. They certainly want that on commercial and industrial rates for the purposes of economic development. You want to have great rates to attract business to your community versus your neighbors. It's especially true for your out-of-state neighbors, but it's also true for your in-state neighbors. There's levels of economic development for attraction and retention where you want to be the one bringing in the new factory or the new mill or the new data center. And you don't want it, you'd rather have it be you than your neighbor in state. But if it comes down to it, it's better for your neighbor in state to get it and for somebody out of state to get it. So there's these levels and you want that. And to some extent, that's going to mean that either you have to find a way to lower your costs or you have to have some subsidization across your classes. And every co-op I see has some degree of subsidization with residential on one hand and what I call the bigs or the industrial customers on the other. It all comes down to, do they have any industrial? Are they desperate for industrial? Do they really want economic development attraction? Or do they have, actually, I kind of have a lot right now and I don't need that as badly and we could do some different things. Those are all factors that tailor into the rate design after the cost study. That brings a little more of the art than the science. But I appreciate this. I'll read through all this. I'll make sure that.
And hopefully that'll bring closure to all of us, especially me.
Excellent. I hope so too. I appreciate that.
I do have a question.
Please.
In one slide, it said, customers should pay basically what their costs are. No more, no less, basically. But when this new model comes out, there are going to be some that are probably maybe significantly high. And then you should be, we just used to discuss that.
That's true.
Is there a percentage cap that we put on that? A maximum of XYZ percent is the max. Is that what that does? Or is that something us inside the co-op determine?
The latter. In other words, the extent to which the cost study will identify what I'll call the kind of the over earning and under earning, the classes that are paying more than their fair share and those that are paying less. It will be up to the board and a management team to decide any corrective actions. And if you decide to make changes, by how much. So I've seen in regulated rate cases with co-ops in Kentucky where they go to the state commission. I mean, I've seen it elsewhere too, but they like to tell, the commission is a good example because they're sort of an independent judgment, right? They can assess whether it's reasonable or not. Utilities say, look, we're going to change rates, but we're not going to have any member experience more than a 10% increase or a 10% decrease, or whatever the number is, some threshold, 10, 15. It's not 50. Although I will say the percents can lie, because if a customer's bill is $5 a month, because that's the customer charge and they don't use any energy, and their bill goes to $10 a month, that 100% increases does not alarm me. I sleep like a baby knowing that, because it's a Happy Meal, right? It's $5. I'm not saying that some customer, that can be a struggle, pharmacy decisions.
In general.
Okay, but overall, the percentages sometimes don't tell the story, the dollars do. So what we'll do is, if we're contemplating a change on, for instance, residential, I ordinarily will break out a bill impact analysis based on their usage. So if they use 0 to 100, 100 to 200, 200, all the way up to 3,000 kilowatt hours a month, and I'll show you the bill impact in dollars and percent, old versus new, if you're going to change residential. But for classes at large, this class was really, we're charging them way too much, and this class we're charging too little. We want to make a change. How much we do that is a discretionary decision. I can make recommendations, and I will say what other co-ops that I've seen do and don't do to kind of cap that or take it in stages. And there are some of that's formulaic, but it kind of depends. You just have to see it first and then decide what to do. That's a great question, because it's not automatic that you're going to do anything. You might say the time's not right. Let's see what this new Hoosier rate does. You might say, oh, the inflation's very high. We got to wait. We might have lots of different, we might say, oh, by the time I do that, that means the rates are going to go in at November 20th. That's like the week before Thanksgiving. I don't want to do that to our members. Can we wait? The financials overall are good. So can we maintain our overall credit and our paying the lenders and just take this up in the spring? Lots of factors that are particular to your own membership that are completely fair to consider.
And I was curious to see if you pick and choose, if that would go back to the discrimination, if XYZ's.
So you would pick and choose. That's a great point, but it would hopefully be driven by the numbers. So you might say, gosh, we are going to suggest changes to the classes that have a rate of return above a certain threshold. And we're not going to change the ones that are within plus or minus X of this overall system. So you're really picking the most extreme. I would argue that's not discrimination. Someone else might say, whatever level you picked is the wrong level. But I would say, at least I had a level. I wasn't just saying this class and that class. It's not arbitrary, right? So, but I will have recommendations on that. And then you all and the management team can take them up.
Do you ever see risk-based pricing? So they're 100 houses is less risky than a large factory.
So I don't see risk-based pricing built into standard tariffs. In other words, we have a large power tariff, we have a residential tariff, and we're factoring X onto that large power. I do see it baked into the special, what I call a special contract, the agreement you'll put in place with a large power customer and industrial that would say, look, particularly if they're new, that will spell out the terms for what they owe you if they leave within a certain amount of time. You have to pay, we were willing to pay X percent of your substation costs by some analysis, basically a line extension. Or we're going to give you an economic development rate discount for a couple of years, just like Hoosier does, where we'll take your demand costs and lower them 50% the first year and 40 and 30 and 20 and 10 and phase that out over time. If they leave early, sometimes these contracts say, you have to pay me that back. Now, of course, if they're bankrupt, they're not going to do it, but that's a different matter. I've seen it taken up in contracts, but not so much in the rate design. Really good question. I just think it's rare, in my experience.
Has the rate base been set?
Has the rate base been set? No, that's not complete yet. And part of that will be affected by the question of whether or not there are any pro forma adjustments. And that, in other words, we have a test period rate base. We can say what that is.
Could we get a copy of that as board of directors?
Yeah, I mean, the whole study is close to being complete. That would all be shared with you. The adjustments would stem from whether or not, basically how the construction work plan is going to look in terms of expansion. I guess to specifically get to your question, I can't answer that. Brett could answer that as to what we could give the board. That's up to Brett. But I mean, I have a draft of it right now in the study that's just unadjusted amounts.
I guess I would ask, what's our purpose?
I want to compare to what they've been in the past. And also, but I just want to be able to understand, last time we had one industrial, it was based on percentage. We still doing that?
Based on percentage, I'm not following.
I don't want to get into names, but there was no expense tied to that one.
Oh, yeah, that's the same way. He's talking about the transmission.
So you're saying last
Very
time,
little expense.
one member for whom the distribution co-op didn't make any investment,
Correct.
the transmission related, they're served directly off the wholesale. So I factor that in to the extent that that's still true, which is my understanding it is. And the distribution system costs in here will, if that customer, let's say here, they're the other, the distribution demand costs won't be assigned to that class because you don't have any costs.
Well, that's
Is
what
that
I was
what you mean?
asking. Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. That's what I thought you meant. I just want to make sure. So yeah, and we do the same thing for the purchase power bill. So if the Hoosier bill actually for all of these three, the energy and the demands for transmission and purchase power, to the extent that a single class can be carved out or identified on the Hoosier bill, these costs, I'm going to, what I call directly assign them to that class. So the others, residential, your Hoosier bill is broken out by substations for the standard wholesale rate. That means I can't carve out your house from my house. But for the industrials, I can. And so I do. And I
Back that up. I didn't quite catch all of that. What
Okay.
can you do for the
So
industrial?
if the Hoosier bill breaks out individual, your retail customers who are industrial, if they have their own metering point on
They
the,
all do.
then I am directly assigning those Hoosier costs to those members. And your residential or your streetlights or whatever are not paying that part of the Hoosier bill. They're only paying what remains.
That's all of our industries.
Yeah, but what if
Very standard.
depreciation is kicked in for a lot of the industries and it would be more profitable if we just went straight percentage?
So on depreciation, to the extent that to the extent that facilities are already depreciated, they would be reflected in the amounts for the plant that are assigned to the various classes in conjunction with the allocators that plant has. So if there is a member for whom you've never made any investment, then we're not going to allocate any of the distribution costs, demand costs to them. If plant's already depreciated, same thing. The extent to which it's undepreciated gets allocated to the classes for whom that plant was built. If that makes sense.
It does, but I know we have at least one industrial member that's almost depreciated out. So at what point would they go on the same type of allocation as transmission?
So if it's one for whom the facilities are, if it's not the one that's transmission, it's another one, but you're saying the facilities built for that member are almost fully depreciated, then to the extent possible, we will directly assign whatever the undepreciated amounts are to that member. And in this study, I have 6, including the transmission,
Correct.
total industrial customers. So,
Under 3 different Hoosier buildings. Yes. Type of rates.
Well, no, it's the same.
so going forward, it won't be because of the Hoosier rate change.
Okay, so let's get rid of that.
So basically, they'll all be on one Hoosier rate going forward.
Okay.
But I still have them tracked separately, so I will be directly assigning particular Hoosier costs to each according to each.
Okay.
And that's not true. The other point I was making when I talked about the houses, that is not true for the other classes. So I have substation measurements on a Hoosier bill. I don't remember the name of the subs, but there's one page of them on the Hoosier bill every month. I can't tell which of those subs has Matthew's home and which of those subs has Brett's home and which of those subs has Steve's home. And so I don't care. I lump them all together and I average them out because really rate making is an averaging technique. You see the other, or maybe an industrial, if there's one member on there, then that averaging is kind of the same as directly assigning. But for other classes, if there's more than one and they're not individually metered and separately billed from Hoosier, then I have to average them. So I take the average Hoosier bill that's not industrial, and I take the average distribution customer, and I spread those costs across them.
Jeff, to answer your question a little bit better, I think minus the transmission, all of our other industries, there's two tariffs that one has one and then all the other ones are on the other. Hoosier's not offering that other one anymore. So
We're doing away with it. Correct.
we don't have a choice. Hoosier's not offering.
Because they never followed it anyhow.
I agree.
And then take advantage.
That's why they're changing it. Because all the,
Well, we should have.
we can't.
No,
That's
that's
how-
how adjusted that in our rate last time. Because we knew that they did that.
Well, we still offer it from Hoosier, so we still offered it.
Yeah, it's got to match the.
Okay.
It's not going to be offered anymore, so it's done.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, I can say that in the purchase power adjustment that we're going to make, any of those variations regarding, interruption or transmission only or whatever I'm going to account for the new Hoosier structure across the entire purchase power bill from Hoosier. So your retail offerings, to the extent you're mirroring those, we'll have to look at it. But the expenses in the study are going to reflect these changes.
I think it's important to note too, as we talked about the comparison, I don't really get a lot out of that. I feel like it's apples and oranges. Yes, it's all fruit, but it's all inherently different in the comparison. I think it's going to be even worse going forward because each distribution co-op is handling the stranded costs from Hoosier differently.
You mean overall benchmarking
Yeah.
against other co-ops?
It's going to be really tough moving forward because, and just as you mentioned earlier, we're not out handling the tracker the same either.
I can tell you right now, the tracker is wildly different across the members of Hoosier.
I know.
And I can say that the fixed charge, the stranded cost factor, some co-ops will probably treat it as all demand. Some co-ops will do what we're going to do, which is Hoosier, the Hoosier method of 50-50. Some might even say, look, I'm just going to make it all energy because who cares? It's easier to bill. I'm just making it all dollars per kilowatt hour. That's going to shift all those metrics around to the extent that they're.
And some are discussing, are considering prepayment. They're going to take on debt to take care of that. So that's going to.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That's true. The financing approach
So
is
I think
giving you options, right?
that's going to be a really difficult information to really use.
I think the benchmarking,
From a benchmarking standpoint too, we back out the transmission on a lot of the benchmarks that we do because it skews our numbers so greatly when it comes to the
He's talking about the KRTA.
KRTAs.
But even this right here, I mean, this says commercial, which is 198, which probably means it's our small, medium, and large is how we reported it. I guarantee you, everyone else has got other things in here that are single phase commercial.
absolutely. I think that's absolutely true.
This means nothing.
our residential would include my berry shed. That's not a house, but it's in our residential. Your single grain bin by
You
itself.
see that so if you look at the Form 7, okay, they changed the name, but the artist formerly known as Form 7, it has all these predefined categories from the RUS, right? It says, residential and small commercial and irrigation and public lighting. Every time I go to a different utility and I try to reconcile their billing data with that, I can't do it. I need them to actually draw lines because, we call our light, well, no, that's not public street lighting. That's just security lighting. We map that into this class or that class. Well, small commercial, I got a co-op that doesn't have residential. We have a general service. We mixed our small commercial and our residential together because they kind of cost the same. So it's just easier. Well, where does that show up on the RUS form? And I'm sure this KRTA, if it's just got the 3 buckets, maybe 4, that's going to be, you're not defining them the same way.
Well, that was published by Hoosier.
Yeah, the Hoosier one is. That's why,
I can't believe that's true. I don't mean to insult. I just mean to say, if Hoosier is defining your definitions relative to your
They're defining the load factor to 50%.
it's across everybody's rates.
load factor is different. That's just math. But if you're saying who I'm calling residential, who I'm calling small commercial, who I'm calling large commercial, that's going to vary widely.
The other question I had was related to cost of members' equity. So when you're doing your studies, this has always kind of been a sticking point before we've discussed this. Are you using some kind of Goodwin formula or using just opportunity costs of money? What are you using for that? Because that can have an effect on our rates.
So I want to make sure I know what you mean. And so I'll tell you back what I do, and you can tell me if I'm talking about something wildly different or if I'm talking about what you mean. When I will calculate a overall return on rate base, and that will basically be the number, a percentage that if we're setting a target, you would say it is similar to a weighted average cost capital for an IOU, an investor-owned utility, that would measure their debt and equity costs and ratios. But I don't directly calculate one of those. I calculate a rate of return on rate base, and then we'll determine the revenue requirement based on the metrics like tier or O tier. I'll be able to tell you what a rate of return is, which would be then equivalent to a weighted average cost of capital. But I don't think right now I'm intending to determine the revenue requirement based on that.
But that would be part of this, so that's not part of your calculation.
Well,
Members' cost of equity, members' cost of money.
It
So-
doesn't have to be. It depends on how you guys want to set the revenue requirement. So what he's getting after is
it's all out of whatever your margin target is versus being the tool you use to set the margin target. In other words, I'll be able to tell you we can calculate it, but I'm not so far using it to set rates. Like you might with a utility who's setting rates so that they get an overall return of 7%. We're setting rates at,
I don't know that maybe I'm not explaining well. I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
you are. You're looking at what is the goal
No.
on rate base?
That's different. I understand return on rate base and return on investment. I'm talking about the members' cost of money. That has to be an X in the overall cost of service study. Like we're keeping members' money for X number of years. Like a Goodwin formula would take, we're retiring on this many year cycle. Our planned investment is X. And so therefore that cost is whatever percent of what we're using of the members' money.
right, so then I guess the question, I'm gonna take it back to the step one and say, where does the members' cost of money show up in the books? Because I can tell you where everything in the books makes its way into my study. And so then I think to myself, okay, well, let's go back. And where does the members' cost of money get reflected in the books? You got patronage capital on the books, but my cost study really reflects more. So it has to be one of the costs, right? Where does it show up as a cost to the utility? And
Gotta be in the margins.
and it's going to be in a March. That's where I was going. So it's what I do is we come up with the box on the left for the cost study, right? And then all those costs, so your operating costs and your depreciation, your taxes and any revenue credits, that's all factored in. And then the margin amount, I back into what we want that to be based on whatever financial metric target we use to set the revenue requirement. So like if the boss says, hey, let's make tier 4.0, I'll say, okay, then you need a margin of $2 million. And that's going to include the cost of money for the membership. It's going to include your debt also. I don't care. I don't make a distinction between those two because I know if I'm using tier to set the margin, tier is the interest driver, interest plus margins divided by interest. So I'm not distinguishing the members' cost of capital, cost of equity, and the debt. I'm just lumping all that money together as a total dollar amount I have to collect.
If I'm understanding right, your method tells us what the members' return on the capital is, and you're saying we should calculate what it actually is.
We've been involved in these studies before and we identified what that number is.
But when he's done, it'll tell us what we're effectively
So
doing.
we're doing it the other way.
Yes, we're going about it. Is that correct?
It is correct. And we can tell you, so if you want to know what it is, I can certainly tell you what it would, under any,
The higher the margin and the faster our capital credits are returned, I guess it would be what the higher the value in our members' money.
We'll be able to calculate it, absolutely. I guess I was thinking you were saying, how do I use that to set the rates? I'm not. Okay, that's not what you're saying, I see. So yeah, we can calculate that. Yeah.
Faster you return it, the higher the rate.
That's a good one, because you don't talk about that a lot, like the whole idea of the patronage and the capital credits, a lot of the time gets sort of,
I want to pay like earlier, more recent years at a discount. Because I have a hard time with that. We're going to keep your money for 28 years, but you earn zero on it. In my mind, that's.
yeah, no, that's a legitimate question. And I think a lot of the time that doesn't get addressed in cost studies because they think, well, the capital credits, that's all handled kind of outside the rates per se, right? The tariffs, the per unit charges for energy and demand and customer.
I certainly have to have margin to pay those.
Right. And that is exactly the point of this. So we want that margin because the return on investment is the bucket, is the category, the pool from which you're going to make those payments, in addition to paying your lenders and paying for contingencies. Pardon me.
Higher the margins, the faster you can return them from years ago, but eventually you catch up to yourself. You can start to cut down your years faster, but if
your margins are higher, then you're carrying those forward.
yes, that's what I mean.
You're accumulating more, but you're paying these off. But you're constantly doing this.
Yes, it's always a constant.
See. So
It worked.
I know, it's great. Theoretically, I should add another bullet on here, which says next to interest on long-term debt, it's patronage capital. Same idea.
I mean, because I look at patronage capital as a liability. It's a debt. We get money from two places. Either we borrow it from the member or we borrow from.
And that's exactly why I think, so when you look at interest on long-term debt, I don't, I build that into the revenue requirement because you have to make a certain amount of interest to pay long-term debt. But I don't, in the cost study, I just lump that into the margin because you got to pay it. So if the costs, let's
We
take it.
don't have to pay it. We choose to pay it, but you don't have to as long as you allocate it.
So it is a cost to you that would come out of margins if you elect to pay. Which is why in the cost study, I don't list it as a cost because your Hoosier bill is a cost. You have to pay it. Your employee salaries are a cost. You have to pay it. Your property tax, to the extent you have that, you have to pay it. This you don't. So that's why I lump it in the margins, treat it that way. That's a great question. It's a great topic, really. And I'm assuming that they call it policies that you have in place would sort of dictate, set some framework around the patronage capital and the capital credits. But, and really the Hoosier capital credits is another question. How that gets handled is a whole other matter, but you're exactly right. And I bake it into the margins and we'll be able to calculate that number.
Other questions? Right off the top of your head. I was going to have you guys go into, for your information, open action items for a moment. Maybe Brett, you can pull it up. We have 3 items on there that kind of relate to the cost of service study. And I'm just going to ask you all now, is there something within what's still open that we need to consider asking John now, or do we wait and just have him report it all out when he reports back to us?
I do have a question. I got one question, and this, I'm just trying to figure out a way of saying this maybe a little bit better, but so let's say we have a large commercial, large power, for fun, I'm going to say a hog building or a hog farmer who has a very high load factor. So it's a very high load factor in our large power class. And if I look at what his average, okay, so if I take what is average, because we know what we build, right? So we can come up with, here's the average cost per kWh that we build. And if I compare that to his cost of power, which we don't have because it's not a metering point, right? So what we do have is overall wholesale, we get a bill from Hoosier. So everyone minus our industrials, we get one bill. there's an average that we can come up with there, right? So it has residential, small commercial, medium commercial, and large commercial. And I could lump all that KWH together and all those dollars together and come up with an average. And if I take that and say that's the cost of power for KWH, and I compare that to what we bill them for a high load factor, that could come out negative. So it's been said that we're losing money because we're selling power for less than what we're purchasing it from Hoosier. But it's an average cost. It's an average of an average, actually.
So
But I don't know how else to explain that.
you can't, okay, you shouldn't really do that. That comparison is not entirely valid. And I don't mean to say that judgmentally, I just mean mathematically. When you have those customers who have different load factors, you bill them differently. When you said you're going to take all that non-industrial Hoosier bill and average it out to $1 per kilowatt hour, can't do that. I mean, okay, you can do it, the math works. But if you then say, I'm going to apply that to this member and that member and the other member, I'm going to apply it to a streetlight, I'm going to apply it to the hog farm, and I'm going to apply it to the data center, and I'm going to apply it to the county fair, which by the way is a super spiker, right? Or a hunting cabin. You can't do it. It breaks down. The meaning of those comparisons goes away because those customers don't use energy the same. And you might say, well, but the Hoosier bill is what it is. And that's true. But the Hoosier bill, because you're pulling all it captures the load diversity. That's the word. Some customers use it this way and they don't all peak at the same time. And some use a lot of energy and some don't. When you take that Hoosier bill and average it out to dollars per kilowatt hour, you lose the ability to say, this member costs X, this member costs Y. Just like you would if you said, if you say that, okay, we're all going to go to a ball game tonight, baseball game somewhere. And Cincinnati, I guess, wherever the closest pro baseball team is, we're going to go there. And you're going to sit in the super box. And I'm going to sit in the cheap seats, and you're going to get field size right down by the dugout. And then I'm going to eat 17 hot dogs, and you're going to get water, and you're not going to get anything. And I'm going to park valet, and you're going to park in the extra lot. You're not even going to park, you're going to walk. But let's average out our costs and see how much it costs to go to a game. And then we'll say at the end that you pay too much, and I pay too little, and you pay just right. It doesn't work because of those very reasons I just said. That averaging, you lose it. And with Hoosier, it's several layers of averaging where you lose that. The hog farm, first off, the Hoosier bill has separate parts. It's got demand, it's got energy, it's got the substation radial, and now it's got the member services that'll count extra too, not to mention the PCA. That degree of averaging in the Hoosier bill gets lost within a single substation's measurement. If we're all in the same sub, we're going to be averaged. And then you're going one more step. You're taking the Hoosier. How many subs? 10, 12, one whole page worth on a power bill of different substations. And then you're averaging all of them. So you're double averaged already to come up with that dollars per kilowatt hour. And that's where you lose the meaning.
If what you described earlier in the presentation, that you're going to be able to show us by rate class profit margins, and then we'll be able to take it to individuals' profit margins.
Only,
And then I can feel good about what I'm seeing.
I will be able to take it to individuals to the extent that I have one cut for the industrials, because I have one customer class per class. Every other class, I will not be able to do that. I will have to use the whole class and use an average for the class. So small commercial, residential, streetlights, I won't be able to do that. I don't have the data.
Okay, but that's where I'm anxious to see your rate structure and discuss it.
Sure. You will absolutely see in there, like, let's just say, small commercial. There will be some that will be, when you look at the composition of the rate class, if the more similarly situated all of the members in that class are, the more fair the rate is for everybody in the class. So let's just say it's residential. I have a house, 2,000 square feet, 100 kilowatt hours a month. Steve has a house, 2,000 square feet, 100 kilowatt hours a month. Everybody has the same house. It's very fair rate. If I'm Papa John, like I think about this, the guy who used to own the pizza place in Louisville, right? He has a house. It should be on I shouldn't say this, but it's a big house, right? And then My grandmother has a tiny house and someone else has a big house, but they're never in it. And they're all very different. Well, then the rate's going to be a little bit unfair to all of them because I have no choice but to average them. That's how rate making in the class works. The more heterogeneous the class is, meaning they're all different, the less fair, quote unquote, the rate is. The more homogeneous everyone in the class is, meaning their usage is the same, the more fair the rate is. That's going to be true.
Is there a point where you decide that, hey, we need another class then? Is that what drives?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because then what we do is we study the class and we look at everybody in the class and we look at their usage and we look at their peak demand, we look at the load factor and you plot it all out in a scatter plot, meaning it looks like kind of a shotgun. And if they're all jumped down in the bottom end quartile close together, then you know they're similarly situated. But if there's one or two up here on the chart where their demand is super high or their load factor is super low, very different than everyone else, then you realize I have to carve those folks out. I did this kind of a study for Westar out in Kansas years ago, and they were surprised for their large customer class. They were surprised to learn that there were 2 or 3, this is public data, 2 or 3 customers that were way different than everyone else. And it was really skewing the cost, pulling up the average cost. So everybody was paying more than they should, except those 3 guys with super high demand who were paying less than they should. So they cut the class in half, not mathematically in half, make 2 classes out of it, put those super bigs in a high, low load factor, large power class, and leave everyone else in the rest. And then the costs shifted around and people started paying more of their fair share. But to that other little cluster of folks, we didn't start slicing and dicing that because there's some limitation of similarly situated beyond which you can't make distinctions, or it becomes just impractical. You have a zillion rate classes.
You have to limit yourself to a certain number.
But yes, if you think that exists, you can do that analysis.
Get some large commercial that are not quite industrial, but are really, really large. There may be a situation where you have a super large in commercial. Is
Super large rate.
But I mean, is that correct? I'm asking here is there a point, at what point do you say, hey, this thing is not like any of the others?
Yeah, so it's a judgment call. It's kind of like we talked about earlier with the percentages of an increase if you make one. There are techniques you can use to analyze it to see who stands out, which members are egregious in a strict sense of the word, meaning away from the herd, right? Which ones are really different than everyone else. They're not similarly situated. And then if it turns out that it's not like I said, with a cluster down here and 2 or 3 other up top, but it's a big old scatter point all over the place, then it's a lot harder. But it's a judgment call as to where you're going to draw those lines to separate one group of customers in a class from another group of customers or a single customer in a class.
And that's what you do, right? I mean, you're going to tell
I do. And I would look at that and say, look, this customer's demand this is a 2 megawatt customer and everyone else is 1500 kW. They're different. Or we look at the load factor. Their load factor every month of the year is 6% and everyone else is 55 or above. That has to be changed. We have to adjust the energy charge, split them out and adjust the energy charge, or, things like that. So that's what you would do.
So based on what the formula you gave before with Hoosier's cost, is there any situation or scenario that our members would pay less than what we are getting billed from Hoosier?
So that will depend on the retail rate structure, which off the top of my head, you can look at certain ones and say, but yeah.
There's a scenario that you could pay us than what Hoosier's billing us.
Absolutely possible.
The rates are built wrong, it definitely will.
That's exactly right. That's why. So I have a customer now, let's see, are they in Indiana? No, they might be in Kentucky. But their demand charge is like 50 cents lower than the wholesale demand charge. I said, whoa, you can't, we got to fix that. That's not good because you're losing money on every kilowatt. And they said, yeah, but we're making it up on the energy. I said, that's true today, but in the long run, it won't be because that customer starts conserving tomorrow and then you're out of luck. I said, you've got to adjust. That can absolutely, it could happen for one class and not another. It could be, it could be just a little bit here or just a little bit there, but it can absolutely happen. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Regarding the classes and averages, I mean, averages is exactly what it is, but a class can be a total difference. And you said homogeneous. I think density. I mean, you can have a density in a class that's here and have an outlier, and an outlier and an average versus having it spread all out and having the same average.
Yes.
Without creating new classes, and you have an outlier or two that's significantly different, how do you, and maybe you said this, but how do you modify that, or how do?
Great point. I didn't say it, and I would say this. For something like residential, it's tougher. But the way you can address folks in the same class who maybe are different enough from everyone else, but there's not so many of them that you want to create a new class. So sometimes you can do it for things like thresholds. So you can say the demand charge is going to be for usage for customers who are less than 10,000, less than 1,000 kW, the demand charge is $6. And for more than 1,000 kW, the demand charge is $10. You can, in that same rate schedule, you can set thresholds above and below which the charges are different. Just like you do, well, just like some co-ops do in the residential, they'll say for a single phase residential, it's $30 a month customer charge. And for 3-phase, it's $45. They'll have that in the same schedule. You're both residential. Now your billing system has to track them separately, right? But it just comes down to how many, code the billing system has flags for you to set to say, oh yeah, these guys get the higher energy charge or the higher demand charge, or
Years and years ago, we had, once you used over a certain amount, your amount went down too. If I remember right, didn't we? That was,
like declining blocks.
yeah, like,
Yeah, declining blocks.
I think that was maybe decades ago, but. So in general, though, this is part of the reason why you want to do a cost of service study frequently, because if you have somebody in your class that changes a whole bunch, that could happen.
That's true.
I mean, if
Absolutely.
say somebody is listed in a medium commercial rate, they jump to a large commercial, and then they double again, they could skew everything.
You'll see that when industrial members expand. So if one of your industrials now were to, build another production line or open up another site because they love you guys and it's great, workers are terrific and blah, blah, blah. The state's giving them tax incentives, a whole bit. That's going to happen. That can make these changes. But you're right. It is, or even the classes, like you say, there's a few outliers. Well, maybe those outliers aren't permanent outliers. Maybe it's something temporary. And maybe residential, that's rare. But for, small commercial, large commercial, it could be more frequent. But you can have those sort of thresholds within a tariff and then frequently, I don't mean every year, that's just throwing money away. But every 3 to 5, if you look at it again, and you're probably thinking, yeah, sure, you want that because that's what you do for them. And put it out for bid, do whatever you do it internally, do whatever, but look at it again every 3 years or so, just to be sure that if things are starting to move, and you can handle it with small fixes, not huge fixes every 10. I have customers in another state that didn't do their last rate case was 2007. In 2010 or 12, they did a change that's revenue neutral. They raised the customer charge, lowered the energy, and that's it. Now they're going in and it's like, oh my gosh, I got to have an 18% increase. How did this happen? Say, you really have to ask? I can tell you exactly how it happened. You let alone for a decade. Now you have to deal with that. Small adjustments, way better.
Back this real quick. So let's just say this is apples to apples comparison. The data's equal. So if commercial were, let's just say low, when I look at the average cost per kWh in commercial, and then we're probably a little bit above the median on cost per kWh for residential, does that necessarily mean there's a subsidy between the two?
That's what he's going to find out for us.
But it doesn't tell you.
No, it doesn't exactly mean it, but it could be.
That's not what it means, but it doesn't prevent it from being true.
Correct.
They're just unrelated.
Could be the opposite way too.
Yeah. But you can't make that assumption that it is, because that's why you do the cost of service study, is the point.
So I guess this makes me think of one other thing. These are sort of here by average price, right? And
That's how they're racked and stacked.
so retail, so EIA is collecting data from you for what you're actually billed members,
Correct.
right? So if your rate structure is wrong and you're not recovering your costs, then you're going to be the best one on this list.
Right.
Right? I mean, that's what I
You're
think.
going to be the worst.
Doesn't mean it's true, but it means that if there's a utility on here as on the verge of bankruptcy and has a tier of 1.1, and they're getting ready to be violating their loan covenants, they're going to be the best one on the list. Potentially. Or alternatively, the other way around, if they have a terrific year, they could be ranked poorly because it's all based on what they build. But anyway, yeah, I think that's true. You're absolutely right. It could absolutely be that there is subsidy here and we just can't tell from this data. We'll tell from the study.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
So back to the open action item list, because I don't know what all, Jeff, you gave to John, but I think a lot of these were originated by you. I just want to make sure that they're being addressed.
That's why I gave him the
So,
information.
well, these issues gave him documentation for all of those.
Well, that's why I said it. Can we,
Yeah, I just want to make, that's all.
But I think he just answered.
No, he didn't answer all of them. This whole discussion about,
I did not present him any information on that.
this third one, large power members receiving power at a cost lower than wholesale costs.
No, the third one is
Oh, number 3.
dark gray. The cost of service study, 700,000 annual mistake.
Is that still something that you need to,
It can be closed. I still believe it, but you can close it.
so that one can come off the list?
Can we discuss that one? That's pretty.
I would rather not.
I just want to make sure that he's getting his questions answered. So number 2, why do our commercial and G&T rates not follow Hoosier Energy billing rates? Did you give him documentation for that? So he's going to have an answer for that. Because in that August 2021 meeting, Larry was pretty adamant that that was not going to hold up in any regulatory environment. And you said that you were going to research other co-ops in the state that had a similar rate design as what are billed that way. Did you do that?
I don't remember. I'm sure I did at the time, but I don't remember now.
Well, you said that Southeastern does it that way. So did you follow up with them?
Southeastern, their rates online, you can see it where it follows Hoosier's rates.
So they're doing what you had suggested.
Yes.
But you gave him that information, he's gonna,
Not about Southeastern, no. But to be honest, that's why when he said that our rates should follow Hoosier, that's why I'm very anxious to see what he comes back with. Because that'll take care of that.
Yeah, but that's all the production demand. So.
No, it's
Yeah,
not, no. Just let him do his job and then we can discuss it.
that's all I'm trying to do is close out these.
yeah, let's make sure we're all on the same page tonight to try to get these done.
I just want to make sure they get answered. That's all I'm
Thank
asking.
you.
so are we does John have everything we need for John to answer these questions that are open for being open? Is that a yes or no, Jeff, I guess? If he doesn't, let's supply it to him.
I think that.
I think I actually answered, I asked number 3, not in the exact same verbiage, but I was curious about number 3 there.
One's number
Do you ever sell energy to a loss to any member? I didn't word it that way, but that was my curiosity question.
Number 3. That's this number 3.
Yeah, but the calculation there,
Would we ever sell?
Yeah, I didn't say it in that verbiage. I was just curious on the calculation.
Suzanne, there, the calculation that was done to get to that is wrong. That, and he discussed that. That's
That's what I said. It wasn't the same verbiage, but I understand that now.
The answer is yes.
Good.
Simply, you put it. And it could be 1 month it is, and the next month it's not, depending on how they operate, how they behave, relative to the average in the class.
How about number 4? Why would we use averages versus actual cost when actual cost was available?
He is given that one.
And what's that in reference to? Refresh my memory.
In the commercial rates, we didn't use Hoosier's actual cost per kWh when it was available.
And what, we didn't use that in the previous study?
Correct. In the current rates.
Say that again.
He's got it. He,
The last 4, please have one, right? Why would we use averages versus actual cost when it was available?
So Hoosiers,
no, it's our rates to our commercial members. And this is what you said, our rates should follow Hoosier. So if we come back and we do that, this all goes away.
And admittedly, I don't necessarily know all of the background of your previous discussions, but I will qualify or try to clarify what I said. When I say your rates should follow Hoosiers, what I mean is that as much as possible, you should structure your energy charge and demand charge so that the structure is aligned with the way Hoosier bills you
Correct.
for each of the classes as much as possible. Now, so what that means is for residential, you're,
No, we're strictly talking commercial on this.
okay. So if the commercial is a 3-part rate, that'll make it a lot easier, right? Obviously, for some other class, it's a 2-part rate, you're not gonna be able to do that, right? But that's what I mean by structure. Demand charge of X and Y, seasonally differentiated, perhaps time differentiated. And on the energy, same thing. It's an on-peak and an off-peak. If you don't have an on-peak and an off-peak, you're not gonna be able to follow the Hoosier rate, which does have an on-peak and off-peak. So that's all the kind of thing I mean by that. It doesn't mean that some customers still won't, kind of touching on number 3 there. You're still gonna have to average within classes. So if there's a bunch of customers in a class and some are, it could be a bell curve where some are right on the money with the Hoosier and some are winners and some are losers. That's always going to be possible if there's more than one member in those classes. But the rate structure is designed consistent with Hoosiers. That's what I mean by that.
The October 212 one closed? Saying that's not.
The October, the last dark box.
The last dark one.
It'll be closed when he comes back with his information.
What information would he come back with?
The new rates.
I don't know what you're gonna come back with on that.
So when you talk about the new rates, I guess I should be clear. We'll perform the cost of service study and that will identify cost-based rates. So for each class, what they should be in a perfect world, an ideal world, based on our revenue requirement and adjustments. And then you have your current tariffs. And then what you do from there is up to you. I will make recommendations, but those aren't going to be the new rates. They will be what I'd suggest you should do.
Correct.
And
And that's what you'll be bringing back to us.
yeah, and I think what you're really talking about is the cost-based rates on this side. The study says the rate should be X, Y, or Z. And then you can do with that whatever you want. You could choose to do nothing. You could choose to change X and Y, but not Z. You could maybe go halfway on this and halfway on that. That's up to you. But those cost-based rates will be identified.
I guess on that one, what I'm confused on is I don't know what he's gonna bring you
For clarification.
for clarification on that. I have no idea. It says in here, large power members receiving power. It doesn't say they can if the rates are built wrong. It says they are, which means it was a calculation that was used, which is what we talked about earlier, which is you can't use the averages of the average to determine that. I think that one's closed. And these other ones, I don't know what you're gonna bring. Like, I don't know what your deliverable is. I'm just trying to help you here.
I appreciate that. So I'll have to look at these and maybe I can, if I go through them and see and make sure I might have some questions for you. If I understand them, I can tell you that what I think a deliverable will be, or if I'm not sure that I'm going to have one, I can alert you to that after I read through them and make sure I completely understand these issues. I have what you gave me. I'm not sure if that corresponds to your open issues list.
It is. That's exactly number 2.
I don't have anything highlighted like you mentioned. I'm happy to let you know if I think I understand them and then if I think what I think I would be telling you to address them.
So it's just gonna be an email, I would assume.
How about this? I'll say that I will review this material and then I'll send an email back to you. Just on each item that's listed, I have 4 action items on the list I have here. And I will respond to each as to whether or not, A, if I have any questions on it, B, what I would provide to respond to it, or C, if I don't think I would have something to respond to it. Is that fair? And I'll turn that around to you as quickly as I can. That way, if I do need more information, you can tell me what it is, or I can tell you, I think I would need, what do you mean by X, Y, Z? You could tell me, and then I could come back with a revised response.
So John, what's the time frame on the delivery of the completed study?
So I think what we talked about, well, why don't we work backwards from what you and I have talked about on when you want potentially to have rate changes, recognizing that we're at the end of August now.
We talked about, was it September or November? We talked about September, kind of.
We did, yeah, to come up, that was my thinking too. So for,
I'm trying to remember.
well, I shouldn't have put you on the spot. I guess I mean, to say, I expect, so we have some of the adjustments to the revenue requirement. We want to correlate to the budgeting process, which has the flexibility of wet concrete, right? So it's not quite water, but we can't quite walk on it, get very close. So I'm getting some of that information right now, and I expected during September to have a draft set of results to Brett and his team for their review. And then after that, once, I guess it sort of has to coordinate some with the budgeting process to nail down a few of those pro forma adjustments. But once those are done, then the study that can move from draft to final and then be presented to the board for consideration, discussion, questions. And that would include potentially proposed rate changes. And if you agree with all those, then things can get locked down faster. And if you don't, I have to go back to the drawing board. That might iterate a month or maybe two, depending.
And say the next two board meetings will be with him.
The deadline is April. I mean,
Yeah, but we have to get, if you're going to do any changes, we got to get that out
Right.
with.
That's what I mean. So that's why I think you were alluding to, working back.
Next 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was working. I was going to say, let's say new rates in effect by April 1.
Yeah.
So you got to have everything locked down by New Year's.
We need to have it locked down by December.
December, there you go.
I mean, there's,
And then I assume too, you made some pro forma adjustments for the industrial loads based on supply chain issues and things in 21, because we did have some issues with some industrials not being able to get materials and whatnot. So
By that, you mean they used less energy or their demand went down because of supply chain? Yeah, so far, my adjustments have been, the ones we've talked about have been limited to expenses and not either customer usage. We haven't normalized usage. We can talk about that, but
that's something we probably ought to talk about as a group, honestly. Once we build it on what 2021, or he built it on what 2021 was. No one was using 2020, obviously, right? But we're using 2021.
but there were some anomalies in 21 also.
There was, and those aren't accounted for from a revenue side, no. We can. Actually, we probably ought to go back and go ahead and chart that now just to see which ones charted on a 5-year average per account, just to see, because I think the industrials will be the ones that would swing.
There was one big one that was low for a while.
the other thing you do often, the costs do when they're doing rate studies this time of year will be to, if you don't need to reinvent the wheel. If you're running through those same kind of analyses for the budgeting process, then we can take some of that and lift it into here. So like wage increases or, things of that nature that sort of just, tree trimming expenses. A lot of people right now, a lot of costs hitting vegetation management spikes. Vendors are quitting and coming back or doubling the price or whatever. Some of those, so it's the same supply chain, maybe, I don't know. That's the one example that I see all over the place. There are others. Benefits is another one. You saw that especially a couple years back. But if that's happening in the budget, then we can make it happen in the cost study. And then you'd say, why'd you put that in there? And we'd say, well, you budgeted it. The board approves the budget. It ought to be approved, so that's the other way we look at it.
Don't talk about supply chain constraints.
I know, it's difficult, right?
I can't even get me.
But then it's hard to predict. So are these things going to last for 3 years? Because that's the way I look at this. We want these rates to go into effect and we don't want to change them again 6 months later. You want to get a 3-year kind of stretch, really, maybe more, 3 to 5, but I'll say at least 3. Even if there was some unusual cost that you knew was going to go up, but you weren't sure when it was going to come down, you could build that cost in and then kind of amortize it over the 3-year window or what you think would be 3 years and just take a third of that cost and bake it into the rates. You have flexibility around that based on what these adjustments are. So it's that known and measurable standard is kind of a judgment call. Yes, I know we're going to have a Hoosier rate change. I know the Indiana tax piece is going away. I don't necessarily know a supply chain issue is going forward. So those are the factors. But yeah, I take your direction on that. If you all talk about it, you let me know on the residential, on the revenue side,
We'll have
the load side.
when, we can probably just chart it and see. That's a good idea. I never thought about that. Honestly, the pro forma adjustments he's doing aren't any different than we did last time. I mean, this isn't a list this big, right? There's not that many things that are known and measurable.
And part of that is because you don't want to create a large number of small adjustments. You know, if the, you know, then it becomes sort of just not worth it and it ends up not changing that much.
It takes a lot of money to move it very little.
Whereas some big ones, you know, of course, the taxing and the Hoosier one, you want to, that's a lot of money. You know, that's going to be a lot of money. Boom, you do that right easy, throw it in. And people can't debate you on the amount. Well, I know we paid 540,000 in the test year for taxes and that's going to zero. It's an easy calculation. But some of the other ones, usage, supply chain, is it going to bounce back? Is that usage going to go back next year, the year after? Is it already coming back? How much has come back in 21? A lot of utilities weren't touching 2020. They say, forget it. I'll use 2019 for 2 whole years if I have to. And a lot of utilities have used 21. They're saying, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's back to way more normal, if that's a phrase, more normal than before, certainly than the year before. So assuming anybody is willing to predict anything anymore. It's one thing about the pandemic, right, is people stopped looking too far out. It was for a while, you couldn't tell what was going to happen in a week, let alone a year later. But here we can look at that.
Can we get you to copy the board on some emails there if we need them to? Like like some of these answers or some information you might need?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll send you the list.
if you send me a list, I'll reply to that when I put in whatever, yeah, however you want. I'm happy to, whatever works for you all.
Any other questions? John, we took you over a few minutes, didn't we?
Yeah, sorry for keeping you.
Very informative.
Should have talked faster.
Thank you.
John, thank you. Just up to date.
Well, it's my
I
pleasure.
look forward to seeing you here in a couple, 2 or 3 months, maybe, huh?
Right, and I guess when your question about timeline, so I don't take my wanting to work backwards from April or my looking at Brett as a way to say, I don't know if we're going to make it. We're going to make it. Whatever you need it, we'll get it done. It's very close right now, so if you told me we needed to lock it all up on Monday,
That might be it.
we have it on Monday. Wrapping up these last couple issues can make a big difference. And
There's been a lot of planning going in.
Let's go to the next item. Brad, if you're ready. Take a minute, cool moment.
So for a cool moment, as you guys were aware, we had Power of the Past. We participated on Friday, actually. I think we ended up having 3 time slots where we did live line demo. And so we put it on Facebook. We received a lot of compliments on it. They actually want us to come back. We signed ourselves up here, I think. Come back next year for multiple days. The assistant fire chief actually talked to Matt while Matt was out there and requested to do a demo for them. So thought that was kind of cool. We did utilize Hoosier for this, so we're up to thank Hoosier. It was their demo, and then because our guys haven't used it a lot, our guys ended up being there, although I know a few of our linemen said they would definitely be interested in sort of getting trained up on it and do this. So I thought that was a cool moment. It was really good to hear about. Safety minute. So Crystal, myself, and Pat went to the safety summit, and it was actually probably one of my, I've never been to that conference before. It was great. And it was really, I wanted to share a little bit about it. So it was really around the fact that culture has a lot to do with how your safety culture is, right? And so they had a lot of their speakers that were really around culture type leadership discussion. Thought this was a neat quote. This guy, Tony Bidwell actually was one of the speakers, and he's written several books. And anyway, he was talking about how if you Google culture, there's 1,000 different definitions for culture. And he said, well, it's very simple. Culture is how people think, feel, and act. And I thought that was kind of cool. That's about, I mean, it's true and it's very simple. The other thing that he was talking about that I thought was really cool was this little culture model that he has over here. And Crystal, you can fill in the blanks here. What he talks about is the stories that we all tell. So everything we do, me right now using my hands is telling you all a story. My facial expressions tell you a story. Everything that drives our mindset and our behavior is being driven by stories. My point of this and why I think this is important is the stories that we tell. You know, the old saying of do as you expect, you know, from a leadership standpoint, if we're asking our teams to be safe and we're asking our teams to do X, Y, Z, we should be doing that, right? Because that's telling them the story. I'll never forget the first time I came out of here and we were talking about cell phones. You know, as soon as that first law came out, you can't have a cell phone in your hands, whatever. I pulled out of here, passed one of our trucks, and the guy calls me, or one of the guys calls me the next, I don't know, half hour or so and says, you had your cell phone up, right? So again, it's about, I thought what was neat about it is the stories that we tell and our actions will have an impact on folks' behaviors and what our overall culture is. So again, one thing that we talked about is we got to make sure that we do as what our safety manual says and what we're preaching to our people. Otherwise, we're telling a different story, right? The last thing is on the very left-hand corner here is something I thought was really neat. It was a co-op that, and I don't know, maybe this is something we talk about in the future, but a co-op had what they call a safety, health, and wellness program. And so what they did is they had these activities, and you can see them here. There's safe and healthy activities, there's wellness activities, and there's fitness activities. Some of these are like, I'm going to submit a near miss or a safety suggestion twice a year or something like that. If you scored enough points, and I'll tell you, if you look at it, you would have to do a lot. It's not like go run a mile and you get 10 points, right? I mean, you would really have to have someone, but they could accumulate these points over the year. And if they get a certain amount of points in a certain amount of those categories, they either get a day off or a gift card. And I thought that was a neat way to incentivize, not only because safety isn't just physical safety, right? And that was a big stress at this conference is it's also wellness and fitness. So that was my takeaway from the culture committee. I don't know, Crystal, if you had anything to add to that, but.
No, I mean, I thought it was a really good, I have probably 20 pages of notes that I have to type up and kind of put together, but there's a lot focusing on culture and safety and how the two really do go together and kind of focusing on the now and not looking in the past. And, you know, how can you proceed forward and get everybody on board thinking the same and a lot of it was like focus on recognition, not incentives. Because when you start recognizing people and everyone else starts seeing that, then everybody wants to be recognized. So they'll start jumping on board faster than the others. Oh, I'm going to give you a $5 gift card if you do something great. But you have to like align that to every person. So maybe Jason likes to golf, so you have golf balls to give away. And Suzanne likes to go out and go to dinner, so you get her something. So just finding something that every person enjoys and focusing those incentives on everyone and not just, we're gonna give away $25 gift cards because maybe I don't like to go out to eat and I don't want that gift card. Make it about everybody individually. So there were just a lot of really cool ideas that we can do with our safety program.
And the moral of the story is it really does connect to your culture. So. Question? Anybody have any questions on that?
All right, thanks, Brett. That was a great opportunity, I'm sure, for you guys to be doing. Next item for your information, it's for all of us. Or anybody have any questions? Anything that's supplied there?
That register's a lot bigger. It's amazing what $4 million infusion does.
Pole replacement. Where are we at on that compared to budget? Because I'm looking at just this month, if I had in a month, right, was over 155,000.
We'll hit that up in project updates, if you don't mind.
Anything else from anyone?
Legal was awful high this month on Sarah.
And a lot of that is attributed to the RFP. The project we're working on. Which we'll talk about that, if you don't mind, in executive session of how we're gonna handle those. What we can do. But that, I think there was like 11 maybe. A lot of that was from that. It's from that.
Right on the check register, page 20. It's not a big amount, but I was just curious as to what it was. It's a check to Braden Helms subdivision refund lot number 2 for $1,600.
So anytime we do a subdivision, per our policy, we require the developer to pay up front. And then essentially whenever they actually activate a meter on one of they get a credit back.
So do they pay an amount estimated to cover as many lots as they have in that subdivision?
Whatever our
It's
cost,
like a deposit or whatever.
Yeah. They pay full cost though. We don't do the line extension. It is a line extension, but they pay the full, we don't give them any revenue credit. So that's why you're seeing this credit back. Is we give them the revenue credit once they actually get a meter hooked up to, I want to say it's 3 to 5 years. I don't remember. There's a time frame there. In other words, if you're doing a development and you don't get a lot sold for 20 years, you don't get anything.
Okay, thanks. So that lot was sold and
On page 16, the power systems engineering outage services, is this from a specific or several different outages issues or?
I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
Interesting.
We'll get back to you.
Okay. On page 17, inside information, member engagement, what's the survey or?
That's probably part of the annual meeting survey, yeah. So just to give everybody an update on that, we plan on reporting out on that. So we should have the results at the beginning of September. So we're going to report out on that that's one of the agenda items for next month's going to be heavy.
Anything else? Okay, let's move onward then to the next item. We're talking about approving the meeting minutes from next meeting.
Make motion to approve minutes of prepared.
Or you're doing both?
Oh, I do both, sure.
Okay. The first. Danielle seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Okay.
So I assume that we're going to sign this notice.
Yeah, let's, we'll be, when you bring your your expense report, let's sign it at that point in time unless we float it around the room next short. All right, next topic, CEO update. Brett, you're up.
I'm gonna get out here if that's okay. So a couple highlights. Number one, we're working on still on phase 2, and I'll give you a little bit of an update, but the meter pole project these are things that have taken a considerable amount of my time. The other thing is, what Clay had brought up, which is project, I'm gonna call it project RFP, but the project that we're working on with the definitive agreement. We did complete, Chris Hamilton, myself and Pat got together on our strategy for 2023's right-of-way bids. So I think we've got a plan there together. And then second, I'm pleased to announce that Pat in operations has hired Brent Bowman for the staking technician position. Just a little bit about him. He grew up in the area, resides, his mom and dad's Marvin Lee, who are members. Brent graduated from University of Cincinnati with a degree in civil engineering. He previously interned at Duke, worked at Ferguson Construction, and currently was at Lithco Contracting, assisting field engineers. Brent's first day is September 7th. So see, congrats. As far as project updates, I'm going to go through these. And so again, what I'm trying to do is to hit the ones that there's been either major moves or you just haven't heard from me in a while. That doesn't mean you can't ask about anything that's on the list. So feel free if I don't cover a topic. And Crystal, we were going to move broadband out to after we get done with something. So first thing is the safety improvement plan. So every year we do a safety improvement plan. There are 3 things that we wanted to do on here. One is crew audits. One is to replace the pole bunkers, and the other one we're going to do as a part of our safety committee audits. So the pole bunkers are going to be worked on here soon. Actually, I think what we're going to end up doing is bending the poles back. Pat Schomburg helped us do that. We are at 5 crew audits, so we are a bit behind on those. I've asked Pat to kind of schedule those on his calendar so we get time to do those. Those are very important. And then last, we have completed 2 of the 4 of our safety audits, just for the safety committee walks. Number 2, I haven't even talked about this one much. It's the project we called iCare Initiative. I own this project. So we started what we're calling our whiteboard, or we've done this now for about a month and a half, but it's our whiteboard process. And really what it is, it's an operating mechanism. We literally stand at a whiteboard and we go through our construction work plan projects literally weekly. Matt takes part in it, I take part in it, Chris Galloway, Pat Nobby, Brian Keith, and occasionally Eric Ewing. Next week, we're actually bringing in the lead linemen. 2 lead linemen are going to take part in that. We like to have everybody, but there's not enough room in the hallway in there. So we have the whiteboard that sits in the hallway right outside of Pat's office. So next week is when we plan on which was the commitment I gave to the employees, was that we were going to have more visibility around our construction work plan to the linemen in the back. So next week is when they'll actually be, we wanted to get the meeting kind of worked out as far as like how it's going to be run. It's one of those operating mechanisms. It's literally like, we want this to be 20 minutes, give us the highlights. We know where the risks are at and where we need to work at. And again, from a financial standpoint, Matt's been actually a huge help on that process. So next one is the meter pole replacement strategy. So we have 25 that are completed through the review now. Out of those 25, they've been open for an average of 66 days, which seems like a lot. And our plan is in the next few weeks to actually make the follow-up phone calls. So Brian will be in charge of actually making the follow-up phone calls, and then it goes through our process, right? So we make the follow-up phone call. We tell them that there's a timeline on this. And then we're going to give them, what is it, Crystal, 60 days or 30 days? 60 days, they're going to get a letter that basically says you got to do something or we're going to disconnect. And then 90 days out, they'll get that last letter that basically says you got, a certain amount of time, 30 more days, and we're going to disconnect. So we're moving through those. I feel like it's going pretty good. We've come up with some scenarios that we're having to work through, but we're currently working through those. as we go through. Stop me if anyone has any questions, by the way. Next one is pole replacements. So on the 2021, so this is the stuff that was prior to 2021, we have 17 that are completed through the system. So when we say completed through the system, work orders closed, it's said it's done. We've actually got about, go ahead.
Gonna say, it's not the prior to 2021, it's the 2021 red tags.
Correct.
17 are invoiced.
About
There's about
60.
60, what Brian said, being worked.
And there's 150 that are out there. The polls that are prior to are all completed and invoiced at this point. Construction work plan projects. So I haven't updated on the specifics of each of these projects, and I thought it would be appropriate to probably do that because we've made some headway on these. So project number 1, which is the reconductor, I call it the G1. It's the reconductor 1.87 miles. This is out by Vandalia Road. The project is complete. The last thing we have to do is what we call it tie it in. So our crew's got to go out and actually tie that section of rebuild in. And that's essentially waiting on being scheduled. So any day, that one will be completely done. But for the most part, the contractor's pretty much finished. Second project, which is the G5. This is the new circuit coming out of our Washington substation out here. So this project has been put on hold as of last Thursday, and it's back into the design phase. So the route, basically the best route and design, so like the most favorable or best practice or long-term best reliability, that design, we finally got that design laid out, and the cost in our minds was well above what we wanted to pay for this. So we've backed it up. We've put it back into design phase. Now we're looking at, is there other ways that we can do this? Matt and I talked about the other day too, that this may be one that we kind of just want to, this could go into costing if we get a new business out in the industrial park, because part of this project was let's get capacity out there, and it was a big reliability thing because we're already at capacity back here on our substation. So one of the other things is we may wait just a little bit to see how far that RFP company I'm talking about, because we might be able to pay that through that. But right now, again, the best case, the best route and the best design, we've backed up and said, all right, this needs to be redesigned. We're looking at many different options of how to actually acquire the two goals that we really had, which was reliability and capacity out there. Questions? The next project is the Sardinia. Happy to announce the Sardinia project is closed and complete. Industrial primary metering. So this one is just about through design, but we're waiting on materials. As you guys know, materials are hitting us hard, and Matt will probably talk about this more when we get into financials, but materials we are seeing longer lead times and higher costs than we've ever seen. And it's really hitting. And this one here, I mean, we ordered some of these materials. We risk bought some of these materials months ago, and we still haven't received them. So again, we're still sort of in the design phase, but we're waiting on materials too. The Washington underground feeder, that's the one right next to us with the underground wire that's been there since 1970. PSE has completed the design, waiting on permits. There is one risk I want to bring up on this one. So there's a sleeve that goes essentially about right here, all the way underneath 46, all the way back behind Delta, that has this conduit or this wire in it. We are hoping, and the idea of the original design when they put it in the 70s was that can be pulled out and pull new in. They're a little worried about it because it's been in there for so long. If the contractor starts pulling on that and we can't pull it out, the cost it's going to take to dig that up, like over 46, and the permits we would have to do to get that, we'll be bringing it back here at that point because it'll be very, very, very costly. Plus, we'll probably back it up and see, is there anything else we can do? So we're sort of at this point crossing our fingers and hoping when they tug on it, they can pull this out. But no one knows. I mean, this could be a $150,000 swing very easily on this project. If when we tug on this, we can't get the wire out. So just a risk that's out there. Westport sub feeder exits. So this was a redesign of how we exit that. Operations made some design changes to the original one. Some of the guys out back had some different ideas. So we're basically waiting on a final decision. PSC has designed a few different designs on it. We're making kind of our changes to it. We need to finalize it. And then it'll be ready for construction. The last one is sort of a bucket of 3 or 4 different projects, which we call the aged ACSR copper. And there's a few things. A couple of them are fine. They're in process. One of them is waiting on railroad permits, by the way, that have been taking forever here lately. And then again, we're waiting on some of the materials. So that's the 7 projects that we have. 2023 projects are probably not as far along as what we'd like to be on them, but they are working. They've got a few engineers at PSC that are actually working on those designs. Our idea is eventually we want to get to the point where we're designing the projects one year and we're bidding them and completing construction the next year. We won't be there this year, but we're going to be farther than we have in the past. So
That's what those checks you're asking about, like PSC, it's the 20 projects that they're designs.
questions on any of this so far? 11, I've already told you guys, we basically closed that out. 11 was all about hiring the meter tech and the staking tech. So that is a completed project. I wanted Matt Steve had asked me a question, I don't know, a week or 2 ago about the audit and the fact that, we're trying to get to the calendar year audit. And so, yes, the auditors were here, but Matt, can you explain sort of?
So when we switched from a May to December year end, they have to go back and audit our beginning balances. So when they came out, they redid our beginning balances for 20, they did 21. And then when they come back next spring, they'll do 22. So RUS doesn't require us to send out another audit report, and they were going to charge more if they had to do a formal report. And at the time we discussed it with the board, we were going to get a report then in May of, spring of 22. Once they come back out, so they've re-looked at December. They audited May, so then they came out and audited December, and then they got the next to go. So that way they've got the first 2 12/31s done, so they only have to do one that way. So that way it'll hopefully be quicker when they get there.
Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I didn't remember all that. And I went to Matt and Steve asked me that question. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that is right. So we won't have an audit report until next year. Crystal will go over that in a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and skip over broadband. Crystal's going to give that update. Any questions on projects?
Currently updating the wage room.
Yes, we actually had contractor in here on Friday of last week. So Becky was going today after work to look at Levenstein's for some flooring because he said that that's where we should start because that's going to be the most expensive piece. So she was going to go to the clearance section and see what we could find because we don't need it to be fancy, just better than carpet. So, he said he could definitely have it done by the end of the year because that's what I told him. Like it's budgeted, it needs to be finished. So hopefully maybe in the next month we'll get started.
So Brian originally had asked Matt to run this project and all the women in the building shut that down.
No.
Matt said he'd put some paint on the floor and move on.
Building permit,
That's what made me think of that.
Charger.
the EV charger.
Oh yeah, I didn't put that on the list. We do have our EV charger from Hoosier in. It is over here and you're probably going to ask, why is it over there? And it's because it was going to cost us a lot of money to put it anywhere else at this point. We wanted to get it put up. We are going to do some signage and some marketing and we'll throw it on the EV charger website thing. It is not lit up yet. I mean, it's all connected. We just haven't turned it on yet. So that's,
So it's behind the building.
it's kind of over on the side here,
It's right here.
literally right across from this building.
You could go out that door, look.
Yeah.
It's on our property. It's in the. Reason being, putting it anywhere else, it was gonna cost us a lot to do it, even with our own guys. So we
You
elected.
said you were gonna have signage, so you.
Yeah.
Signage to get over there, yep.
It was very simple to come off that transformer pole back there and bring it straight down, out just a little bit and dig it in. And we're gonna use the sign that we have out here in the front that has like the directions pointing people to the community room, parking. There's a whole open gray area on the bottom. So we're gonna get that whole section is gonna say EV charging. And then we'll get some signs that kind of go around here. And then we are gonna be marketing it on Smart Hub, the website, Facebook, probably a bill stuffer, newspaper, like just to get it out there so that people know that. But we were gonna call Dan Shantz and see if he would bring his car up here just so that we could flip the breaker on and have somebody hit that before.
Sample.
Yeah. A test subject.
We did go ahead and put a meter on it. That way we can meter the usage on it. The actual unit itself has software behind it that somewhat meters it, but we wanted to put our own meter type on there. Plus, we're gonna have to subtract it out of our overall bill, so.
So how long does it take to charge a vehicle?
Well, that's a level 2, so it's probably like 6 or 7 hours if it's.
You could get a pretty good mileage in 6 hours.
So we're in a waiting room.
That's what I said. People are gonna start coming in here and hook up to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
By the way, that charger is the one we got from Hoosier. We didn't even pay for it. It was part of their pilot. It's actually pretty nice. You can, there's a security light sort of in the same direction, so it's lit up if you want to go out and see it afterwards.
We said we were gonna put like a park bench out there and some flowers and just hang out.
Sure.
Small space.
Picnic table.
By the garbage truck. Gotta go to the garbage dump.
Any other questions?
So somebody brings their car into charge and maybe Jason and I were talking. Do they pay?
No.
No, it's totally free right now. Now, we'll have to make a determination if it gets really, really busy. From all the other ones that are, so all 18 co-ops got one of these. And there's about half, a little over half that have been put in place.
Got one or bought one?
Got one from Hoosier. Well, we bought it, right?
Indirectly.
Indirectly. Out of those, the ones that you really see are the ones that are really close to like bigger cities and things like that. The more rural ones, you're not seeing I don't foresee us seeing a bunch of usage on that one. We'll see. If it gets to the point where it starts getting some heavy traffic, then it has the ability to be able to charge. If we,
When I said one convenient part about it is all of the other chargers in Greensburg are all over on Lincoln Street.
yeah, there's nothing over this.
Like 5 new ones and then the one at Studebaker. We're the only one on this side of the town. So we could potentially see,
Yeah, you never know.
I mean, we're just in
Or
a
something else.
different area, so.
And basically, you get to learn what it's actually gonna.
The whole point of this is a pilot, is learning.
Education.
When all you guys have 2 EVs in your garage, you know what it's gonna take. Right?
Any other questions on projects? Rolling, Steve?
Sure.
All right, so metrics. So July, so we're gonna go back to July here. So July, we were about 1.2 below. Temperature was about, median temperature was about 1.2, which looks pretty much to the 5-year, below our 5-year average. And then you look at our cooling degree days, we're down about 52.6% to 5-year average, which Steve asked me about this, and it's interesting. If you look back at July, essentially, Steve, what happened is it wasn't near as muggy, right? So assuming people didn't run their air conditioning as much, and the highs and the lows through the month weren't near as high. So it wasn't as hot as typical. It's really what that tells us.
that percentage, I just thought
Yeah. Energy from Hoosier, we're about 2.1, I'm sorry, 6% lower than our 5-year average. Honestly, that was all one member, essentially. Our IPT rate really drove and dug down. And you'll see that if you look at our demand. Our demand was right there, right? So it was up actually about 2.1%. So essentially the difference between our 5-year and where we actually ended was from one customer. Demand stayed pretty much the same. If you look at KWH sold compared to budget last month, we were at minus 2.47. We lost a little ground this month, minus 2.98. Again, if you can't tell, that yellow line is really what drove most of that. This drove it a little bit, but it's not as many KWHs as there is up here, so. Not a whole lot here other than it highlights that again, right? I'm assuming there were some down days there, but it did drop off quite a bit to what we have in budget. We go to our major storms or outages. So we didn't have any major storms in July, although on July 6th, we had that storm come through that had some strong winds. And just to give you an idea, so our daily SAIDI on July 6th was 24. It has to be 30 to qualify, which is that red line, 30. So it was between 24. If it would have been 30, it would have been a major storm. So it was actually pretty close to a major storm on July 6th. If you look at the lost consumer hours, we're about 8.4% above our 5-year average, which is hard to tell in this graph because of this line back in 21. And then our number of outages were about 90 compared to a 5-year average of 70. And this kind of tells the story here too of that July 6th. Our biggest thing was trees and then power supplier. So we had I can't remember what circuit it is now, but we had a transmission pole actually fall onto our distribution lines. So that was considered basically a power supplier issue or power supplier outage, which was our number 2. So it went trees and then power supplier. AR is, I give Crystal and her team credit for this. AR, if you look at 30, 60, 90 days, in awesome shape, probably better than, well, it is better than our 5-year average. So it's trending in the right direction. I think we contribute a lot of that to prepay. Crew visits, again, I was talking about crew visits. I wanted to show that we are a little off track here. It's really Pat's time to schedule and get those done. We do have some other backup plans. We're going to get to the goal. And then near misses, I just basically want to show this, just showing that we are still getting safety suggestions, near misses. That always sounds bad that it's a good thing we get near misses, but at least we do learn, and then corrective actions that we're putting in place. Any questions on anything from a project or my update?
questions for Brett? Project. Updating. Okay, we're good. Crystal, we're going to have you talk about, I guess, the broadband project.
All right, so Sam has been pretty much leading this project. I'm just listed as leader because I'm his manager. So I'm going to give you kind of the rundown. I've been in some of the meetings, but not tons. So he has been reaching out to about 9 different companies trying to find people that will give us quotes on engineering and the grant writing. We have figured out that that's going to be a lot harder than what we had thought. We thought we could just go to any of these companies and say, hey, we need to get some engineering studies done and some grant writing, and not the case. So most of the companies have told us that if we want to work with them, we have to do a new feasibility study with them because they will not use what we've done within RTC. So The grant opportunity there is now is the Reconnect 4 grant. It opens up on September the 6th. We did have a meeting yesterday with a company called Vantage Point. They are one of them that said, we won't take you on unless you do a feasibility through us, just because we want to use our own numbers. We forwarded them our feasibility study and had them look at it. They had a lot of concerns with the make-ready cost. They think it should be probably $10,000 to $15,000 more per mile than what we currently have in that study, which is kind of what we've heard from other co-ops that have moved forward, is that it's not even quite as accurate as it should be. NRTC told us yesterday that they no longer have a engineering company that can do the study for us, that they told us a price on a couple of months ago. The contract ran out and they didn't renew it because they weren't getting along with that company. So that is now, that's off the table. Obviously, we can't use NRTC for that piece because they don't even have anybody to do it. The Vantage Point meeting yesterday was very informative. They had about 6 people on that call and they were going through the numbers. They have basically like a point system that they look at and they say, okay, anybody who wants to apply for any kind of a grant, let's look at all of the criteria that you would have to have. And there's 175 points available to score.
And this is specific to Reconnect, right?
Specific to Reconnect, yeah, because everything else, you don't really know what the qualifications and criteria are going to be until they come out, because they're going to change from what they were the last time. So this is just for Reconnect. He said if you don't have 100 points, you're not getting any grants. So we did a kind of a rough rundown of, there's about 10 criterias on here. We were around 85 to 90. So wasn't looking real good. So they basically told us they would not take our money. We're just going to be real with you, and we would not want to take your money because that wouldn't be the right thing to do, because we don't feel like you're going to be a good candidate for this grant with all of these factors coming into play. Sam went back through and looked at it. One of the big pieces is back in 2010, the DTC had qualified for some grants through the RUS funding, and they were awarded basically our entire service territory. Even though they haven't come out to the whole service territory yet, and they're not going to, they were awarded that funding. So when you look at the Reconnect grant opportunity, if you click on our service territory, it pops up a big box that says you can't apply for grants in this area because someone else has already got RUS funding and grants for that area. So the lady from Advantage said, here's this lady's number at RUS, call her and see if there's a time frame. It's 2010 or 2022. Is there a time frame that will allow us to still apply for those grants, even though someone else has kind of already said they were going to do it? So he did, and she got back with him today, and she said that there is still potential as long as you can prove that 50% of your customers cannot get basically 25-3. So we would have to figure that out. If over 50% can, then you're disqualified and you can't apply. There's a little bit that maybe we could, maybe we couldn't. We don't know. So that's kind of going to be
That would put us at a score of close to 100.
of close to 100.
Yeah,
Yes.
if we would qualify.
Yes, it would put us right at 100. If we can't, we're at 85, and there's no way that, basically, there's just no way you're gonna get money. Because everyone else that's already applied and that is applying, that they're taking on as customers, are well over 100. So, not great news for that, but they said, you know what, there's bead, there's the RDOF, there's the okra, like there's 3 more opportunities, but those won't be until next year. And no one knows yet what time frame, but early next year that we could get money from. But if that feasibility isn't accurate and we need to be at another millions of dollars more, and we can't get funding from all of them, it's kind of going to be really hard to come up with the grants that we would need to make it a feasible project. Um,
How many miles of lines do we have?
It's a little over 1,000.
But that counts the three-phase 3 times. So
Yeah.
It's about,
So he's talking about
Wow.
fiber or it was like 440, I think.
Times 10.
10 to 15.
yeah, so that $5 to $7 million.
Um, so that was just, that was their opinions. So Sam and I were a little disappointed after we got off the phone call with them. We also talked to Connexon and they said they would be willing to work with us, but again, they're going to require us to do a study through them. It was $7,500 up front, another $7,500 when it's finished. But they would do grant writing and engineering. So would Advantage Point, but they said, we're not taking your money because we would feel bad for taking your money. So everyone else will take our money, but is that the smart thing for us to do? So
Can I ask you a question, Crystal? With the feasibility study, why would they not know that the grant potential was not there, that ETC? I feel like we wasted money. Wouldn't that be a key point to know just by looking at a map? So we wasted our money doing that feasibility study, basically, is that what we're hearing?
so that was the question we asked him today. So he called Sam this morning and he asked him the exact same thing.
Okay,
If you did this for us, why was this not ever brought up prior to us even coming back and asking for more money from you guys to do the grant writing and the engineering study? Because
Those two, Reconnect and BEAD, were in the
Yeah.
because
presentation.
I would have never ever supported doing a broadband pursuit,
We would have,
thing that we weren't qualified back in, because 2010.
and that's
Response.
his response was, no, he said, well, we'll have to look into that. And Sam said, well, you need to look into that. And we also want you to go through this scoring sheet and tell us what you think we would score based on your thoughts. So he's supposed to get that in the next
So is he
week.
charging us a consultation fee to do that?
No. And as I told him, he
Frustrating.
said, we're not giving you any more money.
That's very frustrating.
It is.
I
Because
would have never supported that motion.
we would have never asked for
No.
it if we'd have known that.
Yesterday when we were on that call, I'm like, well, this would have been nice to know during that study and prior to trying to say, hey, we need to move forward. We would have never wanted to move forward if that would have been the case.
So based on that information, this is just your opinion, I know, but are we wasting our Sam's time and resources pursuing going forward? Is this something that we could maybe as a board decide, hey, let's back off until we know?
Yeah,
Maybe down the road, look at another feasibility study next year or so
I don't know if
and
it's,
use Sam's time and resources better.
yeah, I don't know if it's a waste at this point, because we do have a meeting set up for next week with IUC grant writers. There was a gal here today from Jackson County, and she did all of their grant writing for them, which obviously they've gotten lots too. And she has said if we want to kind of talk to her, she understands all of the grants that are going to be coming up. So we were going to try to go down that avenue of actually co-op employees help instead of maybe relying and paying more people. They've actually had it happen, and we're not going to spend a lot of time, I can tell you that.
Hate to waste our staff's resources.
Yeah.
That could be doing some other things more productive.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like a dead end road and that's really upsetting, that feasibility study.
The only piece that would be a game changer is if we can prove that we are at that less than 50%.
But would we need another feasibility study to determine that?
I don't think so. I think at that point, is maybe the survey. We have the member survey ready.
Yeah,
It's
I think we need to do
done,
that.
it's ready.
Let's bias that.
What?
Bias that 3 up, 25 down.
It is.
So we have more than 50 people, 50% that can have service. There's no need to go.
Oh, so then there's our answer.
Yeah,
Because Viasat is.
yeah. And any member can get that.
Now, I do know that, I wasn't there, so I don't know if you can give any more update, but they had a meeting with was it the commissioners?
Yeah, I haven't, well, do that in a second.
Okay, so there's some other opportunities, I think. I don't know, Sam and I are kind of on the fence of, is this gonna be something we can go and do? Or is it to the point where we just need to say, we need to do some kind of a partnership with someone? If we want to bring this to our membership, fiber, maybe it's a partnership opportunity instead of Peter doing
Education.
it on our own.
But to clarify real quick, because we're not sure on this at this moment, but this reconnect requirements didn't come out prior to us doing this feasibility, right? So, I mean, there's a possibility that no one ever knew what the requirements were. So Brad and those guys from NRTC would have never known, right? Because the requirements just came out.
I mean, that's true.
But they would have known in 2010, ETC received the grant money that was.
But what if that wasn't a requirement? What if so like bead requirements, they may not even have anything in there that says anything about like, if there isn't money that's already been in this like census block or whatever. I mean, because quite honestly, right now, that's what they're saying is bead, as long as it's not RDOF money, it doesn't matter. Again, bead's not out yet, so we don't know, but what we're hearing is even if a census block got some other dollars, as long as they're not RDOF.
But even with that piece solved, you only just barely get to 100.
100, yeah. If that story's 175, I mean, that's a big gap between.
Our biggest thing was we were kind of just disappointed that, yeah, maybe they didn't know it at the time that they did the study, but once they figured that out, why wasn't there communication back to us saying, you know what? Now that it's out there and available, I've noticed that this is a problem. Instead of just allowing us to continue to try to get these RFPs, to get these quotes, it just seems like they could have maybe been a little bit more in communication with us.
Did they not mention anything about Watch also getting stuff in our territory? Because they've been awarded stuff. But I know that was like a 6-year deal. They had to have it served within 6 years. The ETC thing
Yeah.
obviously is not a 6-year deal.
No. So I don't know. I don't know where we go from here, but that's just kind of what we've been running into. So we haven't really made a ton of progress because every time we think we're onto something, it's like roadblock. Nope. Or they want you to spend a lot more money, and I just don't think that's what we should do at this point. It's just my opinion.
Questions? Well, thanks for the update, Crystal. But yeah. The additional discussion.
I think you're right. Just cut it right now. Stop. No more broadband, no more. I mean, it's already gone too far. We spent too much money just to do nothing. We're gonna be done.
So the money we allocated for the engineering costs and the grant writing, we haven't.
No. And we won't.
Feasibility study is the only thing we're on the hook for. Was that 20?
But also the time and resources of Chris.
Right, yeah. Right.
Yeah, 25 is what we said.
25 was the
But
feasibility.
maybe we found out what we needed to know.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. Stop it.
I mean, but at least we can tell people.
Some other company's gonna come in here, just like they showed that presentation, and it's gonna do all that. They don't need our money to do it. Guarantee it.
But there is other things we'll talk about in executive session though.
It's just about the other company that, and if you guys want to go in executive session, report.
So the update right now, if you can give members of their question, we did a feasibility study. As of this moment, we qualify for no grants. Is that a true statement? I want to make sure
At this
okay.
point.
Yeah, because
So
I've
we're
got,
still waiting for some.
Yeah, I don't know that
As of this moment,
There's only one grant
There's only one grant, yeah.
and we do not qualify.
and beads coming up.
Right.
I don't,
I mean, there's 3 more that potentially
we're gonna
be.
need $27 billion or $1 billion. I mean, this reconnect is nothing as far as the money compared to what's coming. That's why I'd be careful that, my recommendation is don't go spend it.
All right, will you know, okay, this is the next one. Will you know what the requirements are to qualify before?
No one knows what those are yet.
I know you don't know them yet, but before we engage a firm to do the engineering and the grant writing, we'll know what those requirements are. And someone wouldn't be able to say, well, you only scored 80, so there's no need to go further.
Yeah,
We're gonna know.
Yeah, we shouldn't spend any money until we know that we're eligible for something, because.
And we could just table it until the next round of grant
Which is
writing.
supposed to be early in 23, so.
We will not spend another dollar other than resources until we'll come back to you guys at that point and say, hey, here's why we feel more comfortable about this. If something would happen to change.
Or maybe the same answer.
Right.
Or it may be the same that, no, we probably just,
But I do think you should do this the survey. I still think you should do the member survey and just find out, like, because again, it's the same thing, you know, there's price points on the survey. So if you find out that what you think your price points might be, if the membership is not willing to spend that much money,
I'm ready your answer.
I mean, right there is, this is.
That's just one more
It's
factor.
unclear. Yeah, so then you're at least doing your due diligence of saying, okay,
Is that survey ready to go? Did I hear you say?
it is, yeah. Yeah, we have it ready and we can send it out at any time, but I do feel like we got to do that part to make sure that we're getting everyone's input and just letting them know, you know, we didn't just decide, this one roadblock and we decided just to shut it down and not do anything else. We've done everything that we possibly could and it just doesn't.
What price breaks are you listing?
It was whatever was on that.
Whatever was in our business case. I
Yeah.
guess. It's like 65 or 69, I think.
Is the minimum?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was with the 65% take rate.
Yep.
No way that's gonna happen.
We didn't put 65 take rate. It was.
In this,
That was,
No, it was 42. 42. We were thinking we could get probably 65, but I think he said, I'm not putting that number in there because you never know if you're going to get that. I think it was 42%.
One thing, if you send out the member surveys, 30% of the people say they're interested, you got your answer.
What's our fascination with being in the broadband business?
Well, I mean, we get a lot of calls,
We get called
a
every day.
lot of calls
Every day.
from members. I mean, we got an email last week because there was an email that went out about the Accord.
Yeah.
It was a published document that said that we were a member of Accord, which we are not a member of Accord yet. But we were listed that we were. And so this member emailed in and said, can you tell me more information about this and how is this going to impact me? So as soon as I opened it, I sent it to Brett and I was like, I'm not sure why we're listed on here, but can you answer her question? And that's the third time she's actually emailed in asking like, where are you guys at? What are we doing? But we get calls at least one a day, if not more than that, of what are you guys doing? Are
We
you
were
ready?
actually, all this news is like within the last
Couple
couple of days. We were planning on, as of last week, we were planning on October to have, and we're gonna invite all you guys to have a town hall so that members could come in and hear kind of where we're at and what we're doing. Because we're getting so many calls. I mean, I'm getting personal calls daily.
I'm gonna kid, why we don't, why are we not, we've got the infrastructure, we've got the poles. Why are we worried about being in the broadband business ourselves? Why don't we just rent the poles?
Because no one else will do it. That's the reason.
So why are we doing it?
We would do
That's a red flag to me. If nobody else is doing it, why are we doing
the co-op model. We don't need revenue. We don't need profit. Our business case could be 14, 15 years. A ETC or another business is 3 years. So we don't have shareholders.
There's still gonna be make-ready costs. Those poles aren't gonna support.
I was gonna
that.
say those three.
so I have an old one, I don't have a current one. I had an old map. This is from way back when, of what areas are in Decatur County. Where iWatch is, where T-Mobile, where Verizon, your hotspots, where the 5Gs are. Do you guys have anything more up to date like that we could be giving our members just to help them with education on what they can
choices
do?
are.
This is an old one that I did myself, way back when.
No, we don't have any. I mean, we're not.
I mean, that would be helpful to tell members. You know, my mother just received it. We just put in high-speed T-Mobile and it's awesome. And it's $39 a month for her little hot, whatever it is. And she was told, she couldn't do anything else. So, I mean, if we could do that just to help our members in the meantime. Maybe partner with one of them.
And I think that's probably something in the executive session, just.
Oh, okay.
I think we should still do the survey just to find out what the membership is thinking because they come back and 80% say we don't need it. I mean, when we did the survey, was it 7 years ago? It was
Not that long
like,
ago, yeah.
so we'll mail it to everybody though, so every
Every-
member gets it.
yeah.
So are you just waiting on it for action from us then, Crystal?
For the survey.
For the survey.
I see no reason not to do the survey. And I guess to me, one thing that makes sense to do the survey is if these other grants are coming up, we need to have the survey done.
No.
Need to get to the grant phase and then have to do it again. So
Well, because the survey takes a while, I mean, the whole process of it is, they usually try to do the emails first to see if they can get people by email. And then if they exhaust that option, I think they send out 3 reminders on the email. And if they don't respond,
Mail to everybody should be done.
you can, but then it costs more money.
Costs a lot more money.
If you got 3,000 email addresses, if even half of those people respond, then you're not sending them a postage one. So it's
It's a
saving
lot
money.
cheaper to go that way.
But it takes about 2 months for that whole process of the survey. So if we did it beginning of September, we would have it by November, December. And then if BEAD opens up in January, February, then we'll at least know.
But as far as interest from my perspective, I've not had a lot of calls. I've got one member that's contacted me 3 times in the last 10 days suggesting that us going forward with broadband is no different than the initial creation of RAMC for electricity 70-some years ago.
That individual called in here today too.
And I said, there's other options for broadband. There wasn't other options for electricity. I mean, the infrastructure is, we have infrastructure in place, but it's not spec'd to do broadband. I mean, there's a lot of factors, but I mean, this person is absolutely adamant that, it's no different and it's as important as electricity.
And there's a lot of people like that.
I had one of those people when I was at the Power of the Past for a while and I got a 15-minute dissertation on broadband being critical.
But Clay, to answer your question originally, the reason other co-ops are doing this or at least looking at it is number one, we don't have shareholders, right? We don't have to have profit. 2 is we have the infrastructure already out there. Those are the big 2. Why?
But they're getting grants too.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it makes it feasible for them to.
Some, Jackson didn't.
No, but I mean, Eastern, they've received 2 or 3 pretty large ones, so it makes sense for them. If they were in the ETC territory, it wouldn't have looked so good. But it makes more sense when you have grants coming in.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What else, guys?
So do we need to, are we waiting for action on this?
You guys want action?
I don't know that we need action.
I say, I don't know that we need it. So
I'm certainly in favor of,
Action for the survey.
for the survey.
I thought she needed an action for the survey.
We don't need
You
action.
don't need an action, I just want to make sure you guys are good
Information, you have to
with
do.
us doing it.
Right.
I don't want to send it out and then you guys do.
We have a contract through Inside Information. This is what they have to pay postage.
Right.
Right.
I think it makes sense to go forward. Somebody else has any other?
The only, and I don't think this is a big deal, but the only concern is once you send out a survey, they're gonna think you're doing it. So regardless of what you put in there, just again, I'm not sure that stops us. I'm
No,
just,
but again, it's part of our due diligence.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what I've been conveying to this one member, we've got steps and as enthusiastic as you are about broadband, we're going to go through the necessary steps to make that, because it's a big decision,
you gotta go through.
huge decision. I know, but he's adamant saying it's as important as electricity.
There are, Jason, you heard it at the thing. There are co-ops that they don't care if they get any grants. They're going forward because they believe that's what they should do. Again, I'm not sure I support that, but I mean, there's folks that do.
All right, thanks for the update, Chris.
Yep.
Matt, you're up with financial update.
All right, I have a balance sheet. Start with for July. In general, the assets and liabilities did go up, and that's mainly due to our loan that we took out for $4 million. Much of that's still in cash. On a good note, interest rates are higher than what we borrowed at, so they're 4.2% or 3.4 today, and we got 3.18. So we do have cheaper money there. Not really a ton of changes other than that on the balance sheet. Does anybody have any questions on the balance sheet? Next, we have our statement of operations. As of year to date, we're operating revenues is about 202,000 under our budget. Power costs are 178,000 under budget. So our gross margins are off by 24,000. Big thing here, we're over budget in maintenance expense, and that's due to the right of way being ahead of what was budgeted. They're making faster progress on that than the budget was, and we've had outages that have cost us a significant amount of money several times. We haven't had any massive storms. We've just had storms that seem to like to knock down our wires. So that's really probably the only thing, the two major things in the operations statement. Next, we have statement of cash flows. The only big thing there to note is our loan, and we ended the month with $3,735,000. So.
Capital credits in that month, this coming month.
Yes, because they went on bills this month, so they'll show up by next month.
Yep.
We had tons of phone calls. People thought their bills were wrong because they were so cheap.
Yeah. I actually had someone call me and say, who do I thank for my bill being so low? Or should I say, this isn't correct? Can you please get somebody to look at it? And I called to make sure, and the person says, well, you guys can't catch a break for nothing. You get yelled at when it's not even, when it's right and slower.
And in that same statement there, I had a person who retired and went down to Alabama. He's got 900 some odd dollars on his credit. Of course, he's 85. He wants to know what happens to this if I'm not here next year. So I explained to him that he has to get wherever he wants it to go to and send them names and probably social security numbers. What do you have you got a little form?
You can call Crystal.
Yeah.
I'm not that smart. You need to call Crystal.
Yes, yeah, we can do that.
But we did talk about in the strategic planning.
Yep.
About investigating what it would take.
Yeah, so there is some options. I have an update on that, but it's not on the agenda, so we
Okay.
can cover that another time, but
We need to put that.
there's a huge opportunity
Okay.
for that.
Just want to make sure we didn't forget.
Yeah, I'm like, it's been on my desk for like 2 months and I'm like, so excited.
Anything else for Matt? Thanks, Matt. I think the next item on the agenda, the director election bioformula, this was brought to our attention last month, if everybody remembers. And I think the ask at the time was, who owns this and what is it that we have to do to go forward? So I think there's really three things that we need to look at, and I'd like the discussion to occur. We don't have to resolve anything necessarily, I guess, tonight, but in your mind, who should be taking care of this? Are there any changes that we as a board see that needs to be updated on the candidate biography? And then what policies do we have to enforce in order to make this happen? So I'm open for any ideas at this time.
Well, shouldn't it be the nominating committees to do this?
Yeah, I mean,
That's what I'm thinking.
that's your thought, right?
Yeah, that's my thought, Collins. The nominating committee, I thought that was their job.
Fill it out, turn it in. They're the ones.
Probably the CEC. Or maybe a combination of those two.
Working together. That might be an idea.
I like that idea a lot. I I just think the nominating committee needs to be a part of it.
So we can talk further about that. I guess with that said, they could take the document and massage it any way that they wish, but we'd have to have changes
It's still got to come back to the board, right?
within.
Steve, we'll go to changes regardless of who approves. I was asked to be on a council and there was a similar biography, so I kind of took, it was a more updated one, similar to this, except for at the bottom where it says, how long have you been a member and what is your favorite things about being a member? It was more specific as how long you've been a member or a franchisee, et cetera. What attributes qualify you to be a candidate for the a board member? And what 3 main reasons do you want to pursue becoming a board of director? And that was it. I think that might clarify more than what's your favorite things about being a member. Because some people, being a member is my electric's turning on, is my favorite thing about being a member, but doesn't directly communicate why do you want to be a member of the board or the nominating committee. So those 2 ones I just typed out. I looked at the one that was sent to me and it was very, just clarified. You know, well, actually it was 3. You can only list 3 attributes and 3 reasons why you want to be on the board versus what's your favorite thing. Other than that, if we kept everything else the same.
Of course, if you involve the nominating committee in this form, then the same rules would apply to them. If you're up for election, you don't participate in this.
Correct.
Just the board.
Or the board reviews the nominating committee and vice
And the CEC is currently consists of those who are not up for election. If the nominating committee is involved in this, the same rule would apply. If you're up for election, you don't participate in this.
So maybe it's, you guys figure out what questions you want on here. And the policy would basically say, let's hypothetically, the CEC approves. So
I think the ultimate approval would lie with the CEC.
that's all the policy.
But the nominating committee could participate, but not those people that are up for election.
Right, right. And so I liked what you suggested, Suzanne, but is that going to be do you think the board needs that input or should the nominating committee massage this nominating selection?
Are you on the CEC?
You would be this year.
You would be. So you could bring that forward at the meeting.
I could.
Okay. I think what we have
I
to
copied it, but I could.
decide as a board, who we want to basically have the ownership of it as a we have to create to do it.
The policy is going to be simple.
Yeah, I get it. So with that said, we can table it for next month, just to make a decision unless somebody wants to go ahead.
Do you guys want me to add those questions, strike that bottom one? And then put this in like a policy format?
I'm not going to vote on it tonight.
What if not voting on it? What if I email the board what I just said in place of the one, and then anybody can contribute or take away whatever they want to add or subtract to it?
Okay. Yeah, and we'll,
And then just kind of
Next.
start it going.
sure. That was my goal for tonight.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so we're good with that, okay? Let's go to the next item. Talking about reducing to a 7. Remember, board reduction. I've actually was at an IC meeting last week and saw Erin and talked with her a little bit about giving us options. These are the options that she's kind of come up with. And she has said, take your time going through this. But then as you look at a couple of these options and the pros and cons, you know, we can't wait forever either. So I'm asking you guys again for some discussion on, because I think you probably looked at these. We basically had been through one, but her concern was we do all this work and we don't have the commitment from the board with the 2/3 of the majority of the vote after all the work's done. So that's significant. When you look at the second item, update the bylaws to redistrict now and make some modifications associated with at-large districting. I think that that made some sense because you could go ahead and map that out today.
And that would protect people based on where those potentially,
Right.
so that people who didn't vacate their seat could stay.
But the con, it is more difficult to, I think, support that process than we would have to make some decisions. Again, I don't have all the answers, but I think it's something that we need to look at, Dale.
On number two, I just don't understand what we're talking about there. We're talking about 4 districts.
That was just one of the options. She's got 4 districts. So right now, what we could say is we would map it out where we just have 4 districts and 4 at-large candidates.
Or 3 and 2.
Well, that was the other thing. So that's to support the 8 though. The 8 that we have
To say,
today.
that's,
It's all to support the 8. Because that's what you would put in place. We would change the redistricting. We'd support having the 8 directors that we currently have in place. And then when one falls off, you lose the at-large, one of the at-large candidates.
Because that person is already living in the district, so then they.
Right, well, because when they're at large, yeah. So it's basically, this will, as we go forward, I mean, 10 years down the road, if somebody says, well, we ought to, I don't know that we'd ever consider another even member board, but we could always eliminate an at-large district. So
I'm not in favor of number 3. That seems.
yeah, that's kind of really complicated. So I don't know if we can just rule that one out up front, but you know,
So we would basically execute number 2, kind of change our districts now, given with all 8,
right,
knowing that if that came down the road in 2, 5, 7 years, whatever, that we would go to 7. We go ahead and change the bylaws now and it'd be over. We wouldn't have to worry.
yeah, and the maps would already be there. But it would state that 3 are at large, because right now, think of how the voting occurs. When your district is up for reelection, you have to be from that district. At large, anybody could almost run at any time.
you could technically have 4 people from one district.
Good. You're down to, remember, you're still down to the 4 districts.
No, I know, but you could have
Right.
4 neighbors.
Yeah. She has mentioned to me, Erin did, that there's some RMCs, she didn't give me any specifics, I don't know, that actually have at-large.
But you could reduce that number if you weren't comfortable with that number. You can make it 2 at large.
Do you have to have any at-large? Can we just go back to the 7 like the original?
Well, the problem is we don't know how or when that's going to occur. And to Jeff's point, last month, he said he wasn't comfortable with it until he knew the district lines. It could potentially jeopardize someone else inadvertently. So that's why, yeah,
Looking at the current map, and if it was restructured, it's the lower left-hand side. Because I think Dale's only got 600. I mean, Suzanne's got the most, then Carl, then me, and then, I mean, when they redistrict last time, they sure didn't use any of these rules. Because you shouldn't have a 990 member and another one.
yeah, I have no idea how those lines were.
And could that have changed?
But we can,
I don't
Yeah,
think
but when did that happen? 2010?
No, it would have been after 12.
So it's happened, fair. I mean, you've been through it once.
yeah, we talked about that last
After
week.
12.
So
Well, again, I don't know that we need to make any decisions tonight, but I want everybody to think about it. Because you could, to your point on that comment though, Jeff, you could get population real close, I would think, by starting to draw lines to come up with 4 districts, or for that matter,
you can get it real close doing it, 7 or 8. Because
yeah, you could, which could though change yeah. That could
We need the flexibility of an at-large or 2 at-large to accommodate if someone does drop out or vacates a seat. So
I
that
actually-
we can shift. That's all that's really for.
so if you do, yes, I like thinking about this because
Yeah.
it's a lot better.
Yeah, and I will tell you, school board has 3 districts and 1 at large, 2 from each district. And it's worked out. Of course, they have a different,
We could have larger districts and have 2 people from that district. say.
2 people from,
Gotcha.
yes. And we could do the same now. Where I think the complication is there is, if there's 2 people that are currently on the board, there would be from 1 district. How do we determine when their term is up? And I think it's where the complication occurs, but I think you guys want to think about it. I think it would be fairly easy though to draw those lines. Whether you have 3 districts, 4 districts, and to your point, Jeff, 7 or 8, but it would be complicated.
So is a director for a district versus a director for at large? There's absolutely no difference. Aside from the at-large can be living anywhere in the district, has to be geographically located within that district. So to Jeff's point, you could have 4 people.
That's correct. And that's why I would say, although 4, to make it 4 and 4 now, is probably now, but to have 2 in each district, if you have 3, you've got 6 that you support, right? And then
You have 1 at
1
large.
at large. That's, yeah. Well, think about it again. From what I heard from Erin is there's probably not a lot of urgency. She suggested that we continue to communicate and talk about it and come up with something. So as of right now, I don't think there's any red lines that she needs to help us support until we have an idea of where we're at. All right, that takes care of that one. Ready for. Right. I know you're being scared. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, you're up.
All right, so I sent out an email, I guess about 20 days ago, after we had our meeting with James, about the Accord program. I was in there with Crystal and Brett, and we talked about, and I looked at this purely from a electrical system standpoint. I didn't count broadband, anything to the home as any part of that. So they're asking that, so Accord is going to build through our territory, whether we want to participate or not. They're in the process of getting a grant that will cover half the cost. If we join Accord, we will be able to dictate the route that it goes. We would, of course, if we dictate the route, we would be responsible for paying for our half, but we would also be members of Accord at that point. In talking to Crystal, there are some advantages to having fiber to our substations. I do know that some of our neighboring co-ops spent the money to put fiber to their substations without any grant money. They deemed it worthwhile from just an electrical system standpoint. Based off what we kind of looked at, it looked like if we crossed our territory with the route that they want to go, we could probably pick up 4 of our substations. My theory is $10,000 was the fee to play the game. If they'll pay for half of it, we pay for half of it, we get to hook up our stuff along the way. I guess I looked at it from a standpoint, if Accord does nothing, we still got our substations hooked up. And there's value to us to that. So.
Can you hook up members along this route?
Probably could. I don't know that it'd be us, but yeah, I mean, while you're putting the cable up, you probably put up another cable with it to hook up people along the way. Yeah.
So where's the route?
We don't have a route yet because anybody mind?
Not by you.
Oh, they're close to you. If you'd like to pay the extension fee.
I get concerned about the unforeseen costs that could be involved with this. Once you do, you get wrapped into spending X amount of dollars to become a member. What are the rest of the expenses that are going to come down the road with it? One. Another question I'm not comfortable with is that how is he associated with South Central? He's the CEO of South Central?
Yes,
And how is he with the Cord?
he is the one who pretty much started the court. I mean, it was,
That's a big conflict of interest in my opinion. When somebody's, I'm not comfortable with it because of that. And it's,
but he's not collecting any money from a court on that own it. He doesn't own it.
say it again?
He doesn't own the
The
court.
board. It's a co-op.
It's a co-op.
Nobody owns it.
It's owned by,
Personally, he doesn't know.
yeah,
I thought you said he had.
he doesn't own it.
He's the president.
He's the president.
Now I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, he,
His co-op owns it, or his co-op is a member
Yes.
of
yes. It's the equivalent of Hoosier Energy with fiber in it. Fiber.
yes, if he personally owned it, that would be huge.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to that.
Crap. I'm not the smartest man here.
I wouldn't agree to that.
The 10,000 is just our ticket in, right?
Yeah, that's our ticket.
And we're gonna pay 50% of the,
That would be.
Any idea?
Whatever they don't get grants for.
And do we know the projected cost of that?
any idea of what that number is?
They're working on all.
They're
of it.
working on that. They don't
But
have.
that's a different decision.
It's also,
I know, but I'm just,
1.5 to 2,
our half,
the total cost of the project.
I would guess I was gonna say, I figured by the time we change the route around a little bit to get where we want it to be, it's probably $1.2 million is what I figured. $1.5 million for us.
And the return on investment.
For, hooking up our substations for us, it's the ability down the road to, from what you have told me, the RF metering will work.
Wouldn't cell phones be cheaper?
I'm not a technical expert there, but I guess I would ask, why would all the people around us have installed that just for their electrical standpoint? That's my question, and I don't know the answer there. There's more than just,
So 10,000 just to participate, and let's say that number again that you anticipate. I know it's just an estimate,
I
but
mean, that's a wild guess. I mean, I'm guessing by the time everything's costing more than expected. I would assume if they think it's gonna be 2, it's gonna be 2.5. I mean,
Million.
yeah.
timeline, have any idea?
So the grant, the middle mile grant will be awarded in, I think, November. And they'll get started on it right after the
They're
grant.
hoping to get 50 cents on the dollar, right?
That's what the middle mile grants is.
So you've had somebody approach you about how they'd love to do that too, right? Go on our polls and they'll be happy to build that and let us connect to it.
So how does the make ready work on this? You say they're going to run it through our service territory, whether we agreed or we remember or
They
not.
would call us and ask for connect, or just, and just like ETC. did.
Yeah, just like ETC.
Which is,
No, we would do a contract and.
What I said,
Yeah.
No, we would go out and do an assessment. We'd go out and do an assessment and then we would tell them what poles we had to do and what it was gonna cost and we would charge them. No different than any other person that connects to that.
Yeah.
so if we didn't.
They actually do full connections, or will they just go underground?
They might just go underground.
Because if they're going along the highway, it'd probably just be all underground.
Yeah.
So
No, full connection.
of unknown still.
There's a ton of unknowns.
if you didn't ask to reroute it, could we not participate in the cost? And we could have the court membership and they run the thing through the service territory and then we just get some commission on whatever data goes through that.
No, you wouldn't get commissions if you weren't a court member. That's.
No, I said,
Pay the
member.
pay the 10,
Oh,
let them run it however they want and we don't pay the other half of it. And then we are a member of a court and whatever data gets.
so we have no
But
fire.
if we don't own the fiber, we don't get paid from that.
That's the big.
The payday is miles of fiber you bring forward. That's how a court will be paid.
Cord's gonna, yeah, they're getting percentages based off miles of fiber owned.
Oh, so we would have to own that.
We'd have to own the
Okay.
fiber.
Okay.
I was looking at it from a standpoint of we can connect our subs. From what I have been told from an engineering as well as metering standpoint, there are large advantages to being able to have that stuff connected to here. From down the road, when you go to do additional projects, your cost to install that stuff will be much lower.
But the only ask tonight is the 10, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't know enough.
I mean,
I don't, I would,
agree.
I would never commit to doing 1.5 million without,
but what I'm saying is, I mean, that whole decision boxes down the road, we could decide
Yes.
one way or the other. And if we said no after the 10, we're still going to reap the benefits of the volume going through our fiber.
no, we would not.
Benefit there.
You have to own fiber.
So what's the benefit of the cord membership?
Yeah,
We get to dictate the route and they're gonna have the grant for half of the money anyway. If the stuff's gonna run through here no matter what.
so if we're not going to own it, there's no benefit of paying the 10.
No, probably not.
So it is
Well,
bundled together.
somewhat, but the 10 is not a major commitment. You can, I mean, at the end of the day, it's to be able to have the ability to have a say at how it's gonna start. It, to a certain extent, it's the price of admission.
It is, unfortunately.
But I guess technically if, like, you paid the 10 and you decided you didn't want to do this route, but they came through another part of your territory, would you
You'd
have the,
still
would you
benefit.
have the opportunity at that point? Like,
Anytime we own any fiber and we're willing to put, I think it's 3 strands forward to a cord, then we would be a part of the cord as far as the revenue stream. Makes sense?
Say that again.
So if you're a member of a port, right, whatever fiber strands you own, and I think there's a requirement of at least 2 or 3, I can't remember the exact number. Whatever miles of line that you put forward, you say, hey, these are my strands of fiber. I'm going to put them forward so that a cord can use that data route. They basically take, okay, let's say, I'm just going to make it easier. 1,000 miles, 100 miles is all. We put forth 10 miles of it. Any revenue that comes to a cord, we're going to give 10%. 10%.
Yeah.
Found this on the web.
That makes more sense.
I mean, I guess you could speak more to the metering just than I can, but
I mean, the metering side of things is just because right now we have radio technology at all of our substations. So if the radios crash, then you don't have any, having fiber to it, you're going to have more reliable meter readings. Is what
It's-
is what
yeah.
you're getting. I mean,
And it's the smart technology. I mean, there's stuff coming 10 years from now. I mean, you talk to most, I would suggest most technology folks in our industry. Eventually, we will have fiber to every one of our subs, whether we own it or not. We will. You'll need it. You'll have to have it at some certain point.
Wasn't the radio technology kind of antiquated now? I mean, last time we replaced them, we had trouble getting them so that's on the way out. We know.
It is. It is.
No one's replacing their meter systems with roads. And all the smart grid technology, which honestly, we will be a part of, will require fiber and connectivity to the subs.
So on the construction side, if we do the 10 and we want to dictate where it's going through, or is it all or nothing? So do we have to pay 50% of the construction cost through our whole service area? We can't pay just a portion.
I don't know. I didn't ask
I
that
would, I
question.
would suggest that they would let us own whatever.
Yeah,
I think we probably might.
could we own 5 miles or, whatever?
They were just saying, this is here's where we're coming through. Do you guys want to own it or not? If we came and said, yeah, we want to do half of it, I'm sure they would take it. Someone else is waiting to buy this.
So somebody, they came to us because they're a co-op and said, hey, we are offering this to you. If you don't want it, fine. I mean,
It's for sale.
well, if
Somebody's going to
if
buy
you don't want it, we're gonna do it anyway. But since you're a co-op, we have already applied for the grants. We're going to get the money. If you would like to join us in this adventure, you're welcome to join. If not, hey, that's fine. We'll do it ourselves. So, I mean, that was he said, we're gonna come through either way. He said, if you join, you will get to decide how it goes through your territory. He said, if you don't, we'll still go through your territory and we'll go whichever way we want.
That grant money would cover that, whichever way we want to go through our territory?
They will allocate however many miles we need to us. They're applying for like 500 miles worth of mid-mile grant money and they'll, if we needed, I said, well, we probably, he said it was what, 30, roughly 30 miles to get through our territory. I said, well, what if we need 35 to connect all our subs? He said, well, then we'll go with 35, which I thought was to get the 4 anyhow, so.
Our big thing is we know in the not so distant future, we're gonna have to have fiber to our subs. But everyone knows that. I mean, most co-ops already have a lot of that built. You're gonna need it from a communication standpoint. You're gonna need it to run your grid eventually. So this is 4 of the 7 at 50 cents to the dollar. Again, we may never really need it or use it for 5 to 10 years.
And while you did run it, you would try to, I assume, connect as many people as you could along. Like while you're already pulling and putting stuff up, you'd put another line up there, I would think.
Or you can lease, you could lease
Now,
that.
then you're gonna get into that whole thing. We're in the broadband sort of.
No, you could lease it. We could lease whatever we owned to whoever could be to Southeastern.
Yeah, that'd be all right.
I would say, yeah, that'd be who you'd go.
I don't want to answer the question of, well, so-and-so
Right.
got broadband, where's
Yeah.
mine?
No, I think we'd lease it.
Yeah, I don't think we would want any part of that. But while they were out there, that'd be a partnership to,
Unless you're going by Jason's house.
Just
Yeah.
421. 421, that'd be good enough.
I think we were specifically or purposely avoiding that area. No, the idea would be we did Lookout, New Point, and both Greensburg subs is what.
Oh, New Point.
We wouldn't be going by, from based off what it looked like, I don't think we'd get past either one of you guys' place.
Don't we have fiber here?
We do have fiber here with Comcast.
And you also have it at Center.
Oh, we don't have fiber in the back.
Yeah, but you have it at this
The
location.
building we do, yeah.
Same with the center sub. So those two, you already have it.
So then you knock out 4 more.
Well, I guess from the standpoint, I mean, he said he'd like to know by pretty much, I think, the end of this month, right?
It's soon,
So,
it's soon, very,
We kicked the can till tonight,
yeah, and I think we
so we probably have to decide tonight.
make a decision. End of the month is only a few days away. The only thing I'd like to say, I mean, if we were to go forward with it, the opportunities do present themselves, and if we don't,
So the 10,000 punches our ticket and gives us the opportunity to dictate the path, then absorb
and then
half of the cost
potentially.
Whenever you choose.
we choose.
I'm certain that if we told them, yeah, we don't think we want to go the whole thing, on the whole thing, that they're coming through either way.
We may just save $125,000.
So what's the cost to sign on if they go through?
That's where I'm at. I hate
Is that another number?
If the broadband thing is done,
If they come through regardless, if we decide not to get on there, they come through and then we want to tap on, is that another number that we don't know what the cost is going to be?
I'm not following you.
To get there,
And if they put the line through, could we hook on our own fiber to it down the road? We probably could. I mean, I don't see why.
I would assume some of this is gonna be underground, above ground. I don't.
but if we want to tap into it to go to a sub, you know, what's
Say 5 years from now, we want to tap in and go to the sub.
Oh, I have no idea.
They even let us do that.
Will they let us?
And let us do
I was
that.
gonna say, will they let us?
If we're a
I
member,
don't know. If we're a member, I'm sure they would.
If we're not a member of a court, they're gonna run this the cheapest route they possibly can. We will have no dictate, we won't be able to dictate that, let's say.
So probably saved $125,000 tonight on that. Right. We'll have to do that eventually.
There's a ton of unknowns, Clay. I
Yeah.
And again, the time, Matt, we don't know. I mean,
I would say they'll start building this beginning of the year.
calendar
as
year.
soon as they get the money, they'll be ready to fire away.
As long as materials don't get any worse than the other day, which they could. The other idea is that we would run this past like as many big businesses as we possibly could. If it doesn't sway you from the route much. Hospitals, things like that. Hospitals are always. We run it
There's
past.
opportunities with it that I can't quantify from a dollar value, and I'm not gonna speculate as to.
I get, I'm not gonna put you on the spot, there's just a lot of.
That there is a ton of unknowns. There's a ton of, I would say that there's a lot of unknowns yet. Yes. I don't know that I don't have I asked a lot of the stuff. What is and there's, it's the price to be able to have any say is I guess what it boils down to on that.
And like, we don't, I mean, let's say that a big project, well, I mean, we're marketing the data center out here. If there's a data center that goes out there and we are gonna run past there anyway, you probably make your money back on this entire project plus more. Because the data center is gonna take whatever fibers they can to connect. We certified a shovel-ready data center site out here across from Honda.
Yeah.
So if that happens, my guess is you'd make your money back from that project right there.
But they were using the one along I-74 when we talked about that.
Say what?
The fiber running along I-74 that's already.
They will want as many possible routes. A data center will want whatever strands of fiber they can get in there, they'll take. We've heard that from multiple data centers. Yeah. And they'll pay big dollars for it.
Sam also said if you ran by the hospital, they'd take it back.
They take, yeah. Again, you may have to do some type of leasing deal, so we're not in the fiber
Yes.
deal, but we could probably lease it to someone to.
And maybe the 10,000 membership would afford us the opportunity, like Clay and Carl said, hey, we want to hook on that to hook us sub up. Maybe if
They will never tell us no if it's our line.
well, but I mean, if we just did the membership, let them pay for the line, they're not going to probably tell us no if we're a member of a board either, right?
Probably not.
Tell us no what.
He's saying,
Like they said,
$1,000, but decide we don't want to put up the money to build the line, they'd still probably let us tap onto it down the road.
I have no idea. It depends on what comes up. No, not if a data center goes out there and they use all the strands in the wire, which they probably would. Would you? I mean, again, this is one of those deals that it's risk reward, right?
Yeah.
It costs you to, there's a unique opportunity here.
Well, unfortunately, I mirrored a lot like the feasibility study for broadband.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
I mean, I really do. You know, the
Yeah,
piece in African
Crystal had her
crystal burst our.
pretty much took the wind out of my sail.
The Accord membership and being a part of that network in the future could pay big dividends.
You could, or it might be worthless. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's
You could, there are people that are Accord, I believe UDWI is actually, I mean, there are members that are not even planning on doing fiber that are members of Accord. I think they have, I forget how many, most co-ops in the state of Indiana are.
Well, there was a big circle around us.
When you did that map,
When you had the map here, we're like the only ones.
Like I said, they're gonna do it. They don't.
It's just the opportunities that opens up. It's not the fact that somebody else.
without doing it, we don't have a lot, we may not have a lot of those up.
I mean, just like, look at Henry. They put up all these towers for their truck radios and all that, and they crossed over one where they got a deal from AT&T or somebody, it paid for every single one of them. they didn't go into that deal thinking that was going to happen. They were foresighted enough to see it, to see that there's potential there. They did it and it came, paid for everything. That could be what this happens here.
Well, it's like James, what they bought the thing into the main hub in Indy and they I-69 cut the fiber to IU and they got enough money to pay for all of it in 1 year. I don't know, it's.
Is there any other documentation or information other than just the letter from Matt with,
That's pretty much it.
Proposal?
We had
like an official proposal
Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll do it to do the actual,
with like maybe some more information? There's just a lot of unknowns. We're just keep saying, we don't know. But I mean, I didn't know if there's like a official proposal other than just the
they're
letter.
working on the design right now in the grant. And yes, there will be a contract at some point.
They don't have tons of stuff squared away yet. I mean, this went from an idea, I heard about at the accounting section meeting last fall to what it is today.
So you're looking for the approval tonight or by the end of the month? When do the funds have to be paid? Do we know any of that information?
Last I talked to James, he said they're about 3/4 of the way done with like the grant writing. They're working on the design now. So, I mean, I don't think we have much time if we're gonna, here's what I don't want to do is they get this thing designed out, they get all the grants wrote, they get it submitted, and then we become members too late and we don't have a lot of dictation of where we want this thing ran. So I've already put him off a month.
So basically all our local around us, REMCs are doing it.
Yes.
Could you find out when the deadline is for the 10,000 and maybe some of us who know other members on those boards could just reach out just to get maybe a little bit more information
Yeah, there's no like deadline. It's
for the 10,000?
no.
I thought you said the end of the month.
Well, he's applying for the grants and they're laying out how it's gonna go. And more or less, he wants to know, can I continue forward with what I'm doing? Are you guys gonna participate or not?
Is his presentation on the?
He came and presented to our board.
Yeah, but is his presentation on there? Because the map's on there of who's.
When did he come?
It was back in, say, May, June. May, I don't know for sure.
Didn't know we could just find out what the deadline he needs that for.
May?
Yes, item number 6 in May. It's not attached.
There's no attachment.
There's no attachment.
Okay, let's see it. I could probably get that loaded.
But I mean, it was only us. But I'm not saying it makes it right or not.
I don't have to see that map. I was just curious. Could you just maybe email that to us?
Yeah.
And maybe we can do some investigating of our own, just as general questions.
The only problem is if you guys don't approve it today.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the
We
timing.
won't.
There's a deadline then?
There is no deadline, but they're getting close to the engineering phase, which we would need to be able to say we are a member or not, or they're going to do it however they want. And I can promise you they'll be done with the design by your next board meeting.
So we can do it by email then.
You get one vote.
That's my concern. So the three options are no, yes and build, or yes and absorb half the cost. No, forget it, pay the 10 and we'll absorb half the cost of, let us dictate where it goes or have influence where it goes, and we'll absorb half the cost. Or pay the 10 and have none of that influence and hope that our $10,000 investment cultivates some potential. I mean, is that like, that's really it?
That sounds like the three options to me.
you can't very well agree to a project that's not even through design yet.
No, I don't think.
So you're only asking for the 10.
Correct. Yes.
We're asking for the membership. To pay it whenever it's appropriate to pay it. You're just asking for the authorization to
Yes, we're asking for the authorization.
spend that and when
$10,000
they say they need it.
And then if they get in there and we see that the project is not a winner, I mean, it's. If I see a project's not a winner, I will jump up and down.
Well, the 125 we authorized last month, we probably are not going to incur. Different issue, but
I'd say the odds of that gone down.
We're starting to vote.
see somebody has a motion.
I kind of voted no or yes or 10 or.
Any other discussion? Because I'm going to make a motion.
Go ahead, Dale.
Go ahead.
I make a motion authorizing Matt Brett to pay the $10,000 entry, whatever you want to call the terminology, when it's necessary for us to join a court.
For membership.
For membership only at this point in time, other decisions to be rendered.
We have a first.
Okay, I'll say on let's vote.
We have a first. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Did not go. All right. The next topic, for strategic initiative. Guys, I'm not gonna let this go by the wayside, but unfortunately, I don't have a lot of new information. I know Jason, you had reached out, if I'm not mistaken, to, I don't know the gentleman's name, but we have not come, he's not responded back, so we're kind of on hold there. However, I did talk with Morris a little bit of IEC, asking her for some direction, and she responded back with a couple people that I already contacted, which is probably where I got the names to begin with. But she also had an interesting take, and she says, culture is really important to the board. I know Brett used culture earlier in the meeting, but she can work with us on board culture, which is really different, a little bit different, a lot different, I guess, than board governance. But, the more I talked through it with her, I wanted to bring it to the board and see what your thoughts were on that, because I really believe that we have to start somewhere. And if we keep kicking the can and wait to do something with governance issues, we might be in a better place if we start working on our culture. So they offer something. I don't know specifically what it is. I don't know if it's one day that she comes down and works with us or 2 days. I can find out a little bit more, but I just want to hear back from you on your thoughts. So, talking about getting IC's help to work on the board's culture. I'd like to hear what anybody may have to say. Clay? Thoughts? What's that mean?
What's your thoughts, Steve?
I'm asking you, this is a meeting.
I said I'd rather not comment at this time.
Suzanne? No comment?
No, I mean, I don't know what specific, the long-term goal, if we maybe had more.
Of really what she can bring to the, is that what you're wanting? I mean, I'm asking for some discussion on, yeah, go back and talk to her, find out what she can bring back, but
Is it Lena or who are you?
it's Lena. I'm assuming it's Lena that would be,
I thought you'd already talked to her.
oh, that's who I spoke to, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I spoke to, I don't know who it would be that would be coming down here. I assume it would be Lena or whether we went up there. She would help support the process. So. Again, I'm not gonna stop asking just to talk a little bit about through it, but we have to.
We gotta start somewhere.
Pardon me?
We gotta
Have to, we have to follow up with the resolution.
I think I heard last month that if there was something from IEC, that there was some commitment from some members in the room, that if there was something available from IEC, we would at least
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like,
do it.
right. I think that.
Now tonight, I'm not getting that, so.
Either.
I'm not saying not pursue it. I just, I don't know what the ultimate. We kind of shifted from the governance to the culture, this
Well,
evening, but
and my thought was, I think it's a start. That's really, if we don't start somewhere, but.
The only culture we have right now is dysfunctional. I mean, that's
I
just,
think we have to be honest.
and I'm sorry, but if we can't even speak candidly amongst ourselves to discuss issues that I think we all acknowledge we have, I think that's a major problem.
or maybe discuss them amongst ourselves without a recording and others in the room would probably be something also,
That's fine.
to be candid. I think it's fair.
Well, I did some research on my own, and since what somebody just mentioned, some characteristics of a strong board culture include a healthy and respectful partnership between the board and the CEO, trust and sincerity between board members, thoughtful and productive resolution of issues or disagreements, a willingness to address poor board behavior that is negatively impacting the board. If we don't fix what I think are some problems, we're never going to get to that point. You guys tell me if you want me to go forward. And forward means, what questions do you have, Suzanne? And I appreciate you at least talking a little bit. What questions do we have for Lena? I mean, just basically what is the specific that she has to offer? I just heard generalities.
I mean, I'm definitely not declining it. It's not needed. I'm not saying that it's not needed. That's not what I'm saying. It's a good place. I mean, maybe it's a good place to start. She's probably seen a little bit of it all from her perspective.
And I think she's got a big history on Decatur County REMC.
And
History here.
so you're saying that's a negative or?
No, that's a good. I have no
Okay.
problem talking to her.
Okay.
I don't know if she'd do individual surveys or she's wanting to get.
Yeah,
That's what I would like to know.
I'm just asking, I'll call her up and find out what else she wants to.
I'm definitely fine with that, but I'm also
Cost would be.
Yeah.
on the camera. I really don't want to make some statements.
Suzanne says, right, when you turn the camera off and us leave, because you.
Let's go to the next topic.
I would say,
Pursue with Lena what our options are, Steve. Please.
Okay. Everybody's fine with that? Following up with Lena a little bit more. All right, The ability to do organization instead. To do,
This is just the minute.
right, from last. We only have, that's you one more time. Jason, anything more, sure?
We did have a meeting. There wasn't really too much action other than, we did, approve some coal purchases, which is kind of unusual. We haven't had a lot of history of doing that because most of those were long-term contracts since I've been a part of Hoosier. But mostly mitigation steps for the winter heating season to make sure, that we're covered. And I would also note that MISO has not had any modifying resource development, deployment this summer. So although resources have been tight several times, as we all know, it has not gone to that step. So that's good news.
So we did have an IEC board meeting. And at the board meeting, there has been a firm that is going to help with the CEO search. And in addition, during that meeting, we had a breakout session, which we got together, we talked about characteristics for new CEO. That was kind of what went on at the meeting. In addition, there was something though I wanted to, from the meeting, I'll share it with you. Just a second. From Aaron's the legal consultant there at IEC. A refresher on meeting minutes, a record of what was done. I know there was some questions at the last board meeting on maybe adding some information to the minutes. So just very briefly, the official record of the proceedings of a deliberate assembly is usually called the minutes. In an ordinary society, the minutes should contain mainly a record of what was done at the meeting, not what was just said by the board members. The minutes should never reflect the secretary's opinion, favorable or otherwise, on anything said. So, I think we struggled a little bit last month about modifying the minutes, that we probably got it right. The IEC Facilities Committee we met last week as well, earlier this week, I should say, and we've actually been going and looking at some properties. There won't be any specific decisions made until, I really don't know how quick, but there's a lot of uncertainties that still do exist. The uncertainties have been going on for quite some time. That's really good. Pardon me?
Are you on that committee?
I am. Well, I have, unless you have any questions on that. Anybody do any training? Any training? Nobody? What else?
Jeff, are you going to NRECA's regional meeting?
I was going to actually bring that
The
up.
only reason is he's the CFC.
He means he's the. Oh,
You guys can-
Are you telling me if I need to go, I will, otherwise I'm not?
No, I don't know that you necessarily need to. It's just whoever wants to vote. And by the way, our neighboring Bruce Everhart is running for directorship. And so I think we should vote, in my opinion.
When is it? Where is
It's
it?
the 7th
Of,
September.
So we have, and that's what I was going to mention. I was going to ask who else.
But I'm going.
Next week.
I gotta travel.
Okay.
I'd just vote on a different director if you, or do an alternative. You guys can
Can
vote
we
on,
change that?
Yeah.
Now? Ultimately.
as long as you do a motion to, that's what I would do, just
Because
keep him.
I was considering going, so.
I'm fine with that. If I had more time to plan, but I got commitments next week.
Most of the week after next, right?
I'm sorry, after Labor Day. Yes.
If we're good with it, now do we need, probably need to make the motion?
Yeah.
I was gonna mention to them, what's his first name? Kevin Bender from
Carol White.
Fair White, thank you, was the CFC director. Passed away. I don't know that it was extremely sudden, but he passed away about 2 or 3 weeks ago, so it's what they're following through.
He said he died of cancer though.
Yeah.
Make a motion that Steve is the delegate for the regional meeting next
Say alternate.
September 6th. Yeah, he's the voting delegate.
I'll second it. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, wait. Somebody else? First, the third.
I'll move.
Second. We will go into executive session.
Straight.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna make the motion that we grant Brett's request for the additional funding for staffing purposes and new org chart.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Good. Yeah, let's adjourn because I guess we need a motion to do that.
Motion to adjourn, yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, second, we're adjourned.
Well, now we're officially done.